some hole locations that we may have not seen at Quail Hollow before.
I would have expected something I would see is the fact of Bryson DeChambeau be #1 in driving distance, but 110th in fairways hit, very Rory McIlroy-ish. And over on his 10th hole of the day, really good birdie putt.
Yeah, big slider from left to right. That's perfect speed right in the heart of the hole. That unique putting styles worked well for Bryson DeChambeau over the years.
Right before the green mile over on 15th, gets it rolling as well. Actually, our entire featured group today played the green mile at fairly nice little pace, but this is the shot that everybody was talking about. It would have broke YouTube, Carl. This is an 8-iron from 227.
Yeah, 8-iron from 227. That doesn't compute, but just lands over the ridge and finds that contouring down towards the hole. Oh, come on, ball. You're going to go that close, just go in.
How did you get it behind the cup like that? It's incredible, and yeah, that would have done some numbers social media-wise. Bryson, always gonna be that crowd favorite, having some fun, but drops a one over on the 18th, but overall, pretty solid day, keeping himself involved in this championship.
Yeah, it's a good solid round. You don't want to. Your goal in a major championship is to shoot under par on day one. He was close, but he'll get out there and try and get after it today.
A man that did do that was Viktor Hovland, as we see the Norwegian having some success. 3 top 5 finishes in the majors. Kind of started 2025 slow. He had 4 missed cuts, but kind of playing himself into form. This shot over on the 3rd, quite the form for Viktor.
Yeah, took it right over this tree that guards the left-hand side of the fairway, right at the flagstick. And of course, you can see the greens still receptive yesterday.
Tricky little play on 7, but from that collection area, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, the surrounds here are so tight. They're almost like greens. Just pull that putter out and putt it on up that hill. That was a nice play.
And then after the success on 7, on 8, tricky little wedge shot, no problem from him.
Yeah, 1 foot shorter, and that's going to roll back to his feet, and that was nicely judged there. He did have a backstop he could have used, but didn't need it.
On 16, the first hole of the green mile, not a lot of birdies.
And thank goodness for the flagstick.
Thank goodness for that rough as well, too. It may have saved Viktor Hovland, some others over on 16. An even par, 16-17.
I talked to Scott Verplank last night. He's played a lot of golf with Viktor. Said he's never seen him drive it as poorly as he did on the back 9 yesterday, hitting 3 snap hooks. He said he's never seen him hit it left. We'll keep an eye on that early this morning.
He said he's been trying to work on that reliant fade. Did not have that for several of the holes. Well, that's one of the storylines we will have going into today's round. And Gary Woodland just overall had that bad hole, and over on number 7 ends up tripling it. Got a little aggressive, but overall played the last 4 holes at 2 under. Kind of salvaged that round yesterday, Carl.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard one to swallow too, because 7 is one of the 5 holes out here that's very gettable. And not only did he not make a birdie, but he walks off with a triple bogey 8, and for only hitting the ball in the water 1 time. That was just an absolute horrific hole for Gary Woodland, but hung in there nicely. Birdies at 15 and 18 to get it back to 3 over par. We'll see if he can get it underneath that cut line, which looks to be in the early goings here on a Friday about 2 over. We'll keep our eye on that as well.
They'll need to get off to a quick start. I like the groups that get a chance to tee off on 10 right off the jump. That's a little bit more of a handshake than number 1.
It is, but then you've got the green mile and the tough start at Quail Hollow all smashed together in the middle of your round. If you're playing nicely for that 2 hours, it's awesome. If you're not, it could be a rough go.
Let's get ready for our featured group today. Listen in to the tee shots, and we'll catch them after it.
Where's the wind coming? It's supposed to be west right now, which would be 4:30. I do just feel it touch the help.
They counted me down to it.
I want to do a slightly more aggressive line than yesterday.
They're walking. They're walking.
Can I go or no? Yeah, you're good.
Greg Bodine, his caddy, says you're good. So off we go. Second round coverage, our feature groups over here on ESPN Plus.
Bryson was knocking the cover off the golf ball yesterday. If he can find a couple more fairways today, I expect him to play well.
He's peeking at it, flirting with those bunkers on the left-hand side, but his distance is, look at that.
See, and that's just a couple of feet, right?
Yeah.
Next, on the tee from Norway, please welcome Viktor Hovland.
Let's see if Viktor can drive it a little bit better today. Hit it up in the grandstands at 18 yesterday.
I did that a couple weeks ago before the crowds actually got here with Taylor Zarzer. Let's see, Hovland open par on the 10th just yesterday. Appears to be a no-doubter when you pick up the tee that quick.
Next, on the tee from Kansas, Gary Woodland.
Very popular player with all that he's been through over the last 2 years. Good to see him back. Great to see him back in contention in Houston about a month ago.
It's the one top 10 he's had in the 11 events so far this season. All right, so off we go. We'll see if that catches the fairway on 10, and we can at least see the top of it. The rough has been fairly playable, and the man out there that's lucky to be walking with this trio is third member of our group, Matt Every. And Matt, when you look at the conditions of the golf course compared to it was early on Thursday, even the first couple of days, what do you see today?
Well, Peter, the humidity is down a little bit, so is the temperature. It's quite nice out at the moment. Fairways are drying out a little bit. They're still wet. You know, a big point of emphasis yesterday after the round was mud balls. We heard it out of a lot of the top players in the world's mouths. Today, I think they're going to be even worse. These fairways are drying out a little bit. Yesterday, they had enough moisture on them where you get that skid and the mud doesn't really stick. I think it's going to be sticking today, so watch out for that. And the greens are only getting firmer. Tough challenge here.
It's a tough challenge, but good to know that Matt brought his A game once again with the hair. The hair looks on point this morning, Carl. So it's like, I mean, it's an important day. It's a PGA Championship featured group.
It's a major, boys. Come on.
Bringing the major hairdos to the majors here.
Well,
on ESPN Plus. Love it.
Get into a little bit more of what Bryson DeChambeau has been working with so far this season. It's his 8th career PGA Championship. His best finish just came last year over at Valhalla. Ends up finishing second behind Xander Schauffele. He went wire to wire. For him, 3 top 5s over at the PGA since 2020. That's the most of any player. He had success. And Carl, rounding into form, just won the recent LIV event over in South Korea. So playing fairly well over there.
Yeah, last 3 finishes on LIV. In Miami, he finished 5th. In Mexico, he tied for 2nd, and then 1 in Korea. So obviously playing some great golf, played well at the Masters as well. So Bryson DeChambeau is definitely trying to put his name in the hat for one of the world's best players.
Definitely one of the most talked about as well. Of course, he's really kind of changed his career arc between going to LIV and embracing such kind of the younger generation and YouTube and the Break 50. Even said he would love to do a Break 50 at Quail Hollow. It would be fun to watch.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. I have seen people perception of other people change quickly before, but most of the time when it changes that quickly, it's not good.
It's not for the
negative. I have never seen somebody change everybody else's perception of themselves in a positive way faster than he has over the last 6 or 8 months.
I don't think you can say it any better than that. Matt Every will get an opportunity to see that up close and in person today with the amount of fans that are out there.
Such a good shot that Bryson hit off the tee. Just misses by about 2 steps, but just 245 yards. Should be able to punch it down up there in front of the green.
Matt, that's about a 335-yard carry over that bunker on the left, and DeChambeau just waved at that thing on the way over it. Amazing as he'll only have 245.
Yeah, it's about 340 over that bunker.
That'll hunt.
Mm-hmm. Gary could have some tree issues.
Yeah, that looks.
Yeah, those are pretty lofty.
Yeah, that is a how far I can take it up, and didn't see too many of the guys, Matt, yesterday be able to kind of run it up because of the conditions yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Gary, he doesn't have much. He's just hacking this thing out, looking to leave himself a nice wedge number. The other two are going to wait to give this a go. You want to chime in real quick on your perception? Talk about Bryson, Carl. The only other guy I could think of, and I know Peter, you can echo this, Billy Napier.
That's a great point. The Florida football coach, all but left for dead in his coaching career, beats the LSU Tigers, and good things happen to him. See, this is as you're talking about, Matt having to just go up and leave himself a comfortable distance on the 10th.
Maybe going to get a $130 out of this. This is an aggressive line. Might have been an accident, but it'll work out.
Okay.
I didn't think he would have any chance of being on the right-hand side of the fairway.
Carl, that went through a couple trees.
Okay.
90% air, boys.
Yeah, so is a screen door. Good luck hitting through one of those.
I can tell we're not going to have any fun today with this trio. Matt, Viktor, and Bryson going to be able to give it a little bit of a go.
Yeah, I think both of them. Viktor for sure. Bryson's lie is marginal, but you got to remember we got an absolute unit hitting that ball, so it's not all lies are created equal out here. Viktor should set up nicely for him. He can go ahead and rip this 3-wood. It's just over 270, and the shot shape should suit his eye nicely. It kind of requires a cut to this back right hole location. Him and Shane Knight were taking a peek at that ball to make sure there was no mud on it. Did make quite a nice pitch mark in these fairways. And Carl, I know, sometimes these things get so wet they won't pick up mud. I thought yesterday, and we heard a lot about mud balls, but I saw just a lot of water on the ball with maybe a little bit of dirt. Today, I think we're going to see more clumps on there.
Yeah, as it dries out. Same thing with the greens, right? If it's super wet, the ball will just explode on the green and it won't spin. But as soon as it dries up just enough to where you can get a little bit of structure, that ball starts ripping off the front of the green with wedges. Same thing with the fairways. You're right. We could see some issues today with some debris on the golf balls.
Was that, you think, I know Scotty opened up about the mud ball situation yesterday. Some of the other players were talking about it. Carl, what did you make of the whole kind of conversation of it?
Well, there were a couple of fairways that had more water on them than others. 16 was one of those. Obviously, that's the hole that number 1, 2, and 3 in the world all struggled with yesterday, and had some issues with debris on the golf ball. But 12's a low-lying fairway. 16 was pretty wet. There were a few others that were had a little bit more moisture on them than the rest of them. But PGA of America wants to play the golf ball down. Everybody's got to do it.
Yep. As long as everybody's kind of playing by the same rules.
Yep. Pretty important here that if you miss this second shot to the left, Matt. That hole is cut pretty tight over there on that right-hand side.
Yeah, it's nasty, that right leave. Everything's working away from you, and you're also going to be coming off of a down slope, pretty much conceding nothing inside of 30 feet for a birdie attempt. But this should set up nicely here for Viktor. Not a breath of wind at the moment.
276.
Flag sticks on 20 though, so just 256 front.
Looking awfully good.
Stay. Oh, that just made that up and down so difficult. Yeah, it didn't roll all the way to the bottom. That's okay.
Yeah, he might be okay there, Carl. The angle shouldn't be too bad for the third. This is an interesting one here for Bryson, though. It's sitting down a little bit. He's got to keep it low initially, but needs to get it up out of the grass as well. Got that morning dew in this primary cut.
That was
just
full send right there.
That ball might pop out quick too.
Yeah, that's a really nice leave. He's got all kinds of green to work with.
Yeah, doesn't short side himself. We saw Scotty in that bunker yesterday, not able to carry it. We'll do our best throughout our coverage today to peek into these caddy conversations with the players. Always one of the more fascinating things we get an opportunity to do. So we can see.
Well, there's right to Matt's point. There is a
They're looking
full-on jockey on this golf ball, and it is underneath the front of the ball. Not sure what that means for the ball flight, but he's going to have to air left of the flagstick. You can see it right there on the very front of the golf ball.
Usually front of it, Carl, means hit and hope.
Yeah. Some people claim to have practiced this and have an idea of what the ball's going to do with mud on it.
They're lying.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I think it just kind of does whatever it wants to do. He's going to have to take it a little bit more to the left here, just in case this ball goes to the right. Beautiful setup, left side of that TV tower.
Carve it in.
Good shot. Can't take any chances of missing that to the right.
Uphill birdie putt for Gary Woodland on the 10th. And I almost wonder, sometimes you look at that as a paralysis by analysis when you start looking at the ball and you're like, what is this thing going to do? How committed you are to the shot.
You can be fully committed. You've just got to be a little bit more conservative, because if you get a ball that does something that you're not expecting it to do, you can get it into a spot where, like Matt said, if you hit it right of this flagstick, you know, you're going to be 30 feet down the hill after your third shot. So, or after, in that case, it would have been his fourth shot. So play a little bit more conservatively when you don't know exactly what the ball's going to do.
It's a great look at how big this golf course is. 257 acres. Yardage-wise, 7,626. But Matt, I probably guess with the conditions, with no roll, is playing closer to 7,800 yesterday. If I had to gander.
Yeah, every bit of it. You know, greens are firm though, guys. Remember that. They have that sub-air system out here, so easy to get fooled when your socks and shoes are soaked and the greens are like concrete.
It's a good point, Matt. It's hard to compute when you're trying to go through all the process of hitting a shot when you're sloshing through, you know, a wet ground, and then you're thinking, okay, I got to land this 30 short on a 40-yard pitch shot. It's just hard to compute.
Math is clearly not this trio's favorite. I talk about our announcing crew, not these guys.
I was going to say
Bryson is
loves
Mr.
the
Numbers
math,
as
yes.
well. Yeah, him and Matt Fitzpatrick, the counting and geometry.
This was a perfect lead here, though, Matt. He's got all kinds of options from where he is.
Yeah, nice cushy lie too. Teed up in that first cut. Plenty of green to work with. It's going to sling to his left as it loses speed, but this is about as run-of-the-mill as it gets for a a pitch shot.
You said that it would fall out to the left. Matt Everett, you're on top of your game early, as so is Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, I mean, Matt had it. Matt nailed it. This is just a straight face shot, medium height, 2-hop spin, run out like a putt.
I almost like the fact that it is on that first cut. Just, it's not so much of a tight line.
It gives you.
Not that these guys matter, but
gives you a little more room for error, especially third shot this morning.
Well, this one coming up here for Viktor, not nearly as easy. It's doable for sure, but it's going to require some attention. He's going to open that blade up and try and land this thing on maybe 1 or 2 paces with some grab. Ball slightly below his feet.
Carlos has been his Achilles heel in the game.
Just plays with such a shut club face. It's just a tough shot for him.
176 in stroke gain around the green, and that's a tough shot for anybody, but especially for, like you said, you say it's the shut club face.
Yeah, he plays with a shut club face all the way through his bag, and when he gets to these shorter shots, that closed club face, there's so much timing coming down into the impact area, and he doesn't use the flange, so the bounce of the club, as well as some other players do that have a little bit more face rotation on that shot.
Great insight on what to look for Viktor in his short game.
But that's why he's such an awesome ball striker too. So
I mean, to play
you know, I mean, you look at a guy like Rory McIlroy, he's got this swing from inside to out, and he swings up, and you're like, it's exactly how you'd want to swing to be one of the best drivers of the golf ball in the world. That swing doesn't compute to being one of the best wedge players in the world, and that's why he's had to work so hard on changing his swing with his wedges, and he's done a really nice job. He's gotten a lot better.
Carl, that's really good stuff there, and you know, it's the beauty of this game. There's a give and take throughout the golf bag. You know, one of the big reasons Viktor's a quality iron player is because he does play with a shut face. He's got that thing is super square through impact, ton of rotation. You got to be super strong, but when he gets closer to the green, as you mentioned, you know, he's going to have to start changing things. He can't use the same mechanics he has in that full swing. Just part of the battle, pro golf.
This putt a little slow coming back up the hill, will fall to his right.
Never did. So a somewhat disappointing par for Hovland.
The beauty of a golf course like this, if he gets that ball 30 feet left of where he is after that, you know, his second shot into the green, he's got that easy little pitch that Bryson had with all the green in the world to work with. Just missed his spot with his second shot.
Well, this would be a steal here for Gary, especially after that layup ended up with so much mud on it. That was a heck of a shot just to get it here. Not a lot in this. Going to be a challenge just to get it to the hole, though.
Oh, it was in the heart. Hit it, and it's in.
Why are they always right in the middle when you leave them short?
I saw that a little bit yesterday. Matt was talking about that. The amount of players that uphill putts they leave short. Pro Tour.
Just a little cleanup work for Bryson for birdie here at the 10th.
59 watch. Might as well have some fun. Lean into it.
Wait.
Listen, I called Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler And Xander Schauffele yesterday, it was craving birdies, and we barely got it.
20 minutes into the show, we've got the Gators mentioned. We've got a 59 watch mentioned. So let's go.
Let's see. Well played by Bryson as they will stroll over to the par 4 11th, playing some 464 yards, and fielded 14 birdies yesterday. Walk us through this one, Carl.
Well, the main thing is you can't miss right here. You can play from left. Any one of those fairway bunkers are okay. Left of those fairway bunkers are okay, but if you miss right, that tree right there on the right blocks everything out. They got a hole location today of middle right. This is a pretty accessible hole location. It's pretty flat on the very back right-hand portion of this green.
Hole played 45 over par. As of yesterday was...
Bryson's just going to be hitting at 350 all day. If he can find 3 more fairways than yesterday, he'll be just fine today.
Just a slight carry of just 316 yards, and never really being challenged by that bunker by the mere mortals on the left side. This is what it was. 8th toughest hole. Yielded more than twice as many bogeys than birdies yesterday. Carl, this is really where my eyes are going to be on Viktor Hovland early in this round. You talked about Scott Verplank saying that Viktor really struggled with the driver in the last 9 holes yesterday.
Yeah, late yesterday, hit some balls to the left, and anytime you're a fader and you see that ball going left, it really puts a lot of doubt in your head.
It's a turn of a ball that making sure it's on that right-hand side.
That's okay.
Be a great angle for him. I mean, this course is just in such perfect shape.
Tough fairway to hit for the faders as everything meanders from right to left. Makes that fairway a little smaller.
Needs the ball to sit down.
Yeah, this is trouble.
And we'll see what he has to navigate. 8 fairways hit yesterday, but this ball well right. Might have hit something and even kicked further right, so more than likely we're talking about some type of a pitch out for Gary Woodland. We'll get an update of where he's at in just a couple of moments. Non-traditional in so many different ways, but it works. Bryson DeChambeau 1 under early on his round. Second round of the PGA Championship.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Xander with victory at Quail Hollow. Bryson DeChambeau, another U.S. Open championship.
Champion golfer of the year.
McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
And an interesting first round leaderboard as Jonathan Vegas just crushing the field yesterday. Ends up firing 7 under. Cam Davis underway as well at 5. And how about Mr. Hatton, Carl Paulson, finding his form this week?
Yeah, birdie in 10 and 11. Made pars at 12 and 13. Now gets to a part of the golf course, at least the next 2 holes, that he can take advantage of.
Ryder Cup captains Luke Donald and Keegan Bradley playing well. Also, as we see where everyone has showed up over on 11, Bryson muscling it right down the middle. Hovland in a good spot, but Gary Woodland is right of right. Matt Every, were y'all able to locate Mr. Woodland's ball back over in, looks like Salisbury, North Carolina?
Said you're good, look at her. Take it out. Take it down. Take it down. Up a little bit. Take it off the top. I can still keep it out there.
Gary talking to a rules official on what his point of relief would be over on the right-hand side. That is well right.
Yeah, guys, this is not a great spot for Gary at all. His relief is going to be on a pretty steep incline with some recently planted pine straw, which isn't great for footing. There's really just not a whole lot he's got here. I almost think playing it off the path is his best option, but he can't really move a ton around this ball or it's going to roll. Really just trying to avoid a big number here.
Yeah, I mean, I think
He can hit that little low stinger. Not sure how to react off the cart path, though.
Carl, that's what I saw when I walked up to it. I was a little sketched out about.
Say this is the difference, Matt. I mean, good players, if they can keep that stable base, they would just rather play it off the cart path. I mean,
you have to shallow your swing out, though. I mean, if he's hitting this shot off grass, he's going to take a massive divot and really drive that ball kind of down into the ground. But if you do that with a cart path, your club will bounce up off the path. So he's got to shallow this out and sort of kind of hit it thin. You want to catch it maybe a groove low to keep it down.
Carl, we're looking at one of the best guys at hitting stingers in the game.
Nice. Got a little limb on its way out, but
scooted all the way.
It's just short and left of the green. Might be in the green side bunker, but he's got all day to work with in terms of the amount of green.
Good play. Look at just the concentration and the footwork to stay.
We should see a little spark here. You got to keep that lower half really calm when you're hitting off a path. That was nicely done.
Now Viktor.
Just inside of 160 here for Viktor. Needs to work something left to right.
Looks to be tracking. Hovland. Oh, what a beautiful shot. So what we've come to expect in a man in 11th on tour, strokes gained in his approach.
Well, not only is that close, he is in the perfect position. Uphill putt, breaking slightly right to left, and for a righty, that's exactly what you're looking for.
Well, what a drive here for Bryson. A repeat of yesterday's. Also bombed it down here. 133 here for DeChambeau, and boys, a clean lie as well. Look for this one to be close.
There is a knock on his game. It's proximity with his wedges. Just left of the hole.
What's settle? All right, controls the spin. We'll give Viktor a little bit of a run. It's interesting because there was somebody earlier in the week, Carl, that was asking all these players who would they want to trade in their game, right? It was a question. Rory said, no, I wouldn't trade anybody's game with anything I have now. It was a very Bob Rotella-esque answer. Yet Bryson, to that point, his answer was, I don't know who's the best in the world from 60 to 110 yards, but that's the person that I would want. And illustrates the wedge issues that he's had.
Well, I mean, it just goes back to what Matt said earlier, and that is we all have our tendencies, right? If you're playing with a square to close club face, you're going to be a better iron player. That's going to deteriorate the closer you get to the hole. Same thing with a guy who hits it 350 yards in the air and is playing wedges the length of a 6-iron. He's, you know, that's the hardest part of the game for him because of the way that he plays the game. So you got to take the good with the bad, and he's done a good job of that.
It's my partner yesterday, Ken Brown and Bryson DeChambeau. Just can you imagine that conversation between those two? I mean, just birds of a feather, Ken Brown and Bryson DeChambeau. Matt Every is, you see them walking up.
Birds of a feather. That Ken Brown, what a legend.
Let's go back and look again at Gary Woodland's shot, just off the cart path, just enough.
Yeah, I did find that bunker. That was a great shot. Normally we'll see a little bit of a spark.
That's how clean and shallow he caught it.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I mean, there's some scrapes on the bottom of that club. He did hit the ground with the club, but you're not taking a divot. You're trying to pick it right off the top of that concrete. Not an easy bunker shot here, though. Weird distance.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those longer ones. He's got a lie that's conducive for it, though. It's kind of sitting down. Really just wants to land this maybe halfway there and let it trickle out. It shouldn't have a ton of action on it in general.
This is a perfect time for the professional chunk and run.
Set.
Yeah, that was a miss hit, boys.
Yep. That is
just a
not
little,
that's
yeah.
not a good spot either.
That is all going to be lie dependent coming up. Just take one more look and just getting not enough sand out of it.
Well, his body stopped, and that club head just took over.
Fairly bunched up leaderboard today, is Carl, you were saying some of the data guys that love to see these pin placements or run them through their AI and models and stuff like that said we have seen some interesting pin placements today that might lead to a little higher scoring.
Coming up at the 12th is going to be a very interesting hole location today. The 7th hole, they're using a hole location that we may have never seen at Quail Hollow before.
Put a Band-Aid on this hole for Gary, Matt. I mean, this is just trying to hit it on that fringe, maybe.
Yeah, this is just damage control here for Gary. Give it a stab and get out of here with a 5.
Okay, take your medicine off the errant tee shot. But again, what did you think that cut number is going to be at today, Carl? Kind of a projection, if you had to guess.
According to yesterday's play and some of these hole locations today, I'm thinking the cut's going to be around 2 over.
Okay, so idea of what Gary will have to navigate as with that bogey on the 11th moves him to likely outside of that cut line at 4. Bryson going to be able to give Viktor a little bit of a read. Matt, just a little bit up the hill to the left, or what do you see in this one?
There's not much in it. If anything, it is going to move to the left as it goes up the hill, but once it gets to the hole, it runs away just enough to get your attention. It's a good look for Bryson overall, though. Definitely makeable.
Takes a very scientific approach to putting.
Gotta go. Seem to be a little slow so far this morning. Viktor probably would have liked a little bit more pace on Bryson's putt just to get a run on it.
I was gonna say, thanks for nothing, Bryson.
He's going to be hitting this at a different pace than Bryson did.
Yeah. Carl, it is nuts, though, how the best player, even the best players in the world, any uphill putt with, you know, outside of 15 feet, they all struggle to get it there. It's bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, these greens have gotten so fast through the years. Downhill, it's about 30 on the stump. Uphill, it's about 9. And when you have an uphill putt, it's really difficult to get to the hole. This one shouldn't have any problem getting to the hole.
No, and this one would erase the one at the 10th he should have picked up. This would be a really nice birdie here for Viktor. Pay off that beautiful iron shot.
Yes, sir. Drains it. Good pace. Going to hit that right side of the lip. So Hovland with just the 6th birdie so far here today, early, and a good start.
Yeah, we'll see more birdies here today than we did yesterday, just because of the whole location. Tucked behind that bunker on the left-hand side yesterday. Pretty open today. But that is exactly how you play the 11th hole.
5 birdies for Viktor yesterday. Had it really rolling, 3 under through 8. But a good start for him. And then Bryson to clean up his par on the 11th.
Yeah, just a right center putt.
No doubter for him. So, birdie at the opener. Solid par as they will stroll auto over to the 12th. That's the 443-yard par 4 and slight dogleg over to the right.
One of my favorite tee shots on this golf course. It's a slight dogleg from left to right just because of where the tee is placed, but you got 2 big trees on the left and 1 on the right, so you have to decide what you're going to hit off the tee in terms of how far it goes, and you're going to have to navigate those 2 trees. But a really tough hole location today. Left is absolutely dead, no chance to get it close. And if you go 10 feet right of the flagstick, it'll find its way all the way over to the right fringe. This one's going to get a little sketchy today.
We will see how it ends up playing so far right now. It played a little bit tougher over than par yesterday, but set that pin placement, one that we've seen a whole heck of a lot. It's a great look at that target. Not much of a breeze for the players this early in the morning.
Viktor aims to the right with his lower half and comes over it a little bit.
Every time.
Yeah, this is left. Oh, went through the tree though. That's a pretty good break.
Like they ran left center in your spot.
Yeah, left center.
This is what you said that we were going to be watching earlier in this round of the lefts. Viktor Hovland.
Well, I got to watch JT all day yesterday. He had 4 fairways and 4 greens. So we saw a lot of this golf course yesterday, Peter.
See a lot of swing speed for this one for Bryson.
Yeah.
Let's get this thing to get down, get to the right. All right. If that last tree on the left-hand side doesn't block him out, he's just really kind of just muscled it.
I think he's got room to get up and over that last tree. The second one's a little smaller than the first one.
Their traditional flight pattern is different than the average golfer watching right now on the feature group. This guy just never ceases to amaze me, Carl, how high these guys hit the ball now.
Gary Woodland and Viktor Hovland are 2 players on the PGA Tour that can send it, but they're playing with a guy that can really send it.
That's beautiful. Boston Carver.
Right-hand side right there. All right.
There it is. That's one of the advantages of it being wet, but did you see the mud?
Big time mud on that ball.
That'll bring us a little drama over on the 12th as we continue our second round coverage. Like the feature group here at Quail Hollow. So while he's not part of our featured group coverage on 14, it's one of the holes that's been really fun all week long. Drivable par 4, the 14th. Carl, is this any good?
Well, he takes it over the trees and fades it back into the green. That ball is 10 feet from potentially being in the water. Now it's just rolling like a putt. Look out. That close to our second hole-in-one on a par 4.
Oh, it would be unbelievable. He would make that 2. He had birdied the par 3 13th right before, so he had a little 2-2 and then birdied 15. So that dog will hunt for Max Homa.
Max finally getting used to all the fire sale changes that he's had in his bag. I mean, from shoes to clothes to everything. He did a full sale change.
He put all the change in his left pocket.
I think he's finally getting used to everything.
Went full tin cup-ish.
I always felt like it was much easier to change one thing at a time because you could put a finger on something if it ain't going right. But when you change 5 or 6 things in your bag, sometimes it's hard to figure out what the issue is.
Matt, what's the issue that these guys are going to have to as we're looking at Viktor Hovland right now?
Yeah, Victor's got tree issues. His line's fine, but he's got to go low. if he can't sneak it on the right side of the green, there's nothing wrong with the front right bunker. It's a pretty basic bunker shot, and you got that backstop if you use the right side here.
Just my eye, it looks like that green kind of falls off over on the right-hand side. So
Anything. I don't think he can. If he runs it up onto the green, it's going to go off the green on the right.
likes the line. That's what you're talking about over on the right-hand side.
That's fine.
Settle. Sit.
Even if it goes, the more it goes to the right, the easier this shot gets.
It gives you more of a straight up, up the hill.
That's fine. It might even make its way back to the fairway cut. But again, the more that ball trickles over to the left of our screen, that might have finished in a divot. Boy, that is really bad luck if that's in that divot.
I think Hovland was a little surprised at how slow or how soft that ball came out. Now, Woodland, after finding just a perfect drive, 131, Matt.
Perfect drive and a perfect angle. Peter, look for him to use that backstop right behind it.
Staring, and rightfully so. If it uses that backstop beautifully.
Great shot.
All right, Bryson's going to play quickly here. Not wasting any time today. Decent lie, 101. This is doable for sure.
Sky high. Trying to take.
Really good shot. That putt is going to be lightning fast, though.
So Bryson has a chance to get to 2 under on his round. Go back and look at Gary Woodland's shot. It was 133, and just overall, Carl could not have really placed it in a better spot.
Yeah, got some spin on it right there. Comes back down below the hole, which is going to make that putt a little bit easier, but it's still going to have quite a bit of movement from left to right.
Bryson just controlling the spin. This ball was not going to rip back off of that lie, but sends it towering and lands awfully soft.
Yeah, really soft for coming out of the rough. Yeah, he knows that that ball's above the hole, and that putt is going to be so fast.
Bryson, of course, in good form, winning in South Korea 2 weeks ago, and U.S. Open, played well. Faltered a little bit on Sunday at the Masters. Was surprised once Rory kind of gave back the double off one. You thought, oh, here goes Bryson, and just never really kind of clicked at Sunday at Augusta.
He actually took the lead there early in that round, and then Rory had his struggles. Bryson was struggling right alongside of him.
Had the lead, Carl, and then he laid up on 3.
Yep.
All right, tough leave here for Viktor. He's going to have to jam this one into the hill and judge that first bounce nice. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Settle. Oh, no.
Catch something. Catch something right there.
Oh, no.
You got to hope that doesn't come back in his
Right
divot.
back in the same divot.
Well, it's just such a mistake on the second shot, guys. You've already made a mistake off the tee. You have a terrible angle.
That's a great angle.
There's no window at all for you to hit a second shot. You're basically playing for your third. And it was just far too aggressive on the approach there. Paying the price.
This is, as a man who's done this on many false fronts in my career. The second one's even harder because you're thinking you don't want a third, you don't want a fourth.
Yeah, the problem is you give it a little jab at the bottom here and hit it about 8 feet by, and then you're in 3-putt territory.
Yeah, Carl, this has 8 feet by written all over it.
You chunked that too?
Oh no, Viktor.
No, we've got.
Oh.
This is the exorcism of the short game issues we had, and watch this thing come back. He's going to have a moment.
I would hand that club back to my caddy, even if he hits it again.
This is like watching Plinko now. Don't get in that.
Get out of there.
Don't. No. Okay. I don't know. Maybe hybrid and bump it up. No.
Now, this goes back to what we were talking about. He uses the leading edge of the club more than the flange of the club, and if you don't catch it nice and crisp.
Okay, we have action. 13 All-American shot for Viktor Hovland is putting in a little practice session with that shot. He just knows.
He's got to be fuming, guys. Picking up a full shot on the field there at 11, and then just handing one back here at the 12th. This isn't the hardest par 4 on the course, especially with the hole location.
And again, that's something that Viktor's been working on tremendously, trying to improve. It's always just kind of been that thing. It's where he's been over the last 3 or 4 years with the short game. It's the only thing that's been holding him back from being on that elite tier of golfers.
This is actually a putt that you can get creative on. There are a ton of different ways you can make this putt. But if you get just a little bit aggressive, this ball could go flying past the hole.
Carl, how much left does that green book have in it? Back in the studio.
It's got, let's see here. Oh boy, we are in the red. We're talking 4% slope.
Oh. So if he just tickles this thing's going to be coming in. Should be coming in relatively sideways late, maybe 4 o'clock-ish.
He's playing a ton of break. So easy to miss this to the left.
Look at where he's lined up. Oh my. Now
it's just so easy. I mean, you have to be so defensive with that putt. And that's going to be the difficulty of this hole location. You don't get it all the way up past that false front. It's going to come back down the hill. And if you hit it 10 or 15 feet past the hole, it's just a lag putt down the hill.
I mean, just barely touching it. So Woodland from the other side of it, a little bit of more of a resting heartbeat birdie opportunity for him compared to Bryson.
It's not a layup by any means, though. It's got some slide in it from left to right, but one he needs to knock down with his position in the tournament at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Great birdie for Gary Woodland. Had a little bit of a shaky start, but gets back on it. Hovland not wasting any time, just wants nothing to do, divorcing himself of what just transpired over on the 12th. And
now, just trying to get himself, get that 12th hole behind him. Just a little pitch and run up this hill. Catches it a little heavy, plays this pitch shot with a closed club face, which means you're going to be coming into the ground with the leading edge first. And this one, he just lays the sod over.
He knew right from the jump. That lonely 15 seconds of the ball coming right back at you. Well, third time's the charm, Carl.
Yeah, most improved here. Got a little steeper with this one. Took a little bit of a divot.
So Hovland. Try to picture this 13th hole, see if he can bounce back. 214 yards, Carl.
Yeah, this is always a tough hole. If you hit it left of the flag stick, you're left with a big breaking left to right putt that's very quick. If you don't quite get it up that ridge, it's about 15 or 20 feet short of the flag stick today. It will fall all the way back down off the front right of this green, go behind that bunker, make for a difficult up and down. Take it up at the center of the green here, let the contours of the green move the ball toward the flag stick back there on the right-hand side.
Yesterday, not a shock, some 215-yard hole, just 19 birdies on the day. Move that tee box just a little bit, give a little more room for the spectators. Always Johnny Harris and the whole crew at Quail always looking for ways to turn this into even more of a championship venue than it already has been.
Yeah, the old tee box, there is a hospitality suite where the old tee box was. You used to come off that 12th tee and walk up the hill to the left a little bit. And now you walk down the hill to the right. I think this hole's way harder with this tee too, because now you can't see much of the green and it's an uphill shot, not a downhill shot. There are backups sometimes on this part of the golf course because the next hole is drivable and the hole after that's a reachable par 5. So sometimes takes a little bit of time to get through the backups here in 13, 14, and 15.
What do you rather here? Be Gary Woodland coming off an incredible birdie, can't wait to pull the trigger, or Viktor Hovland sitting on this tee shot after the
Are we going to take into account where they stand in the tournament for this, or are we just talking about just for this shot?
The floor is open to you, sir. You take it.
I'm always taking the guy that's scoring better in the tournament, but of course Gary's going to be in a little better mindset than Viktor Hovland is. But Viktor's got to calm himself, hit a good shot here because he's got some real opportunities coming up at 14 and 15.
Then, of course, it gets into the treacherous Green Mile, which lived up to the hype. We were billing it all week long. Although this group ended up playing the Green Mile fairly well, as Bryson was even, Viktor was even, and Gary Woodland was 1 under. So I don't know how many groups had an opportunity to play 16, 17, 18 at 1 under yesterday, but one of those few. Woodland now with the honors, Matt.
Yes, sir. 215 here for Gary, and this should suit his eye nicely. You can hit that little squeeze cut all the way back here. Anything short right today has got big problems, though, boys.
Probably trying to hit this 195 in the air.
Oh, paint us a picture.
What a good-looking shot.
Gary Woodland, have a day. Stay right there, right underneath the hole. Opportunity to go back to back.
A little surprised that didn't jump forward some.
That one actually
It just can't be drawn up any better than this. I expected at least a 5-foot bounce here, but it just stopped right when it hit.
Bryson not wasting any time. 214. Might be a 9-iron.
I think we're easing off an 8 here,
Okay,
Peter.
yeah, just smart.
It's uphill a little.
Yeah.
I was going to say tougher shot for Bryson because of his shot shape, but this is a good one.
so aggressive through the ball. Now Hovland's had a chance, Matt, to stew over the last hole and see if he can flush it.
I think we got a good one coming up here, boys. A little peeler from Viktor. Got to see two good ones.
Looking for it to peel. Does it gonna get back over on the right-hand side?
A little lower, so it should start turning to the right here. Okay, that'll be a quick putt, but nice shot.
3 birdie putts coming up on 13 as we continue our second round coverage of the PGA Championship.
Feels like 14 through 18 is the best stretch on this golf course, so and it starts with a cool par 4.
If the wind's sort of pumping into you left to right with that water over there on the left, it gets a little intimidating. I start with the pin position, and then I kind of base my strategy off that. It really is just position and getting it in the right spot. The analytics would say that you would go for the green on 14 pretty much every time. I still think it's the right play. And I feel like I've played the 14th hole pretty well over the course of my career here.
Oh, yeah. Keep going.
Nowadays, we get so much help from stats guys, and the play is to bang it up there. It's a good golf hole, and if you want to win this tournament, you better pull up and hit some golf shots.
Bjornsson.
Jonathan Vegas, 7 under. He is on the course so far today. 2 clear of the field. It's Ryan Gerard 5 under. Cam Davis 5 under as well. How about Adam Scott starting to show up and plays some great golf. Luke Donald, along with Keegan Bradley, the Ryder Cup captains, playing well. Max Homa finding his form. Alex Noren 3 under. I think he's only played 2 rounds this season. That's impressive. Scotty Scheffler, we had the privilege of calling his ho-hum 69 yesterday. It's just very workmanlike for Scotty, hanging around. So, scoring conditions pretty decent. You see Bryson, part of our feature grid coverage today, along with Viktor Hovland. Rob looked a little bit better. He's been kind of struggling for what little we see of him, Carl. Just try to find his game.
Yeah, Ludwig starting to hit the ball a little bit better. Struggled the last few weeks, but got together with his teacher for the first time in person since the Masters this week. So trying to tighten things up a little bit. And by the way, if you don't think the PGA of America has a sense of humor, how about Johnny Vegas playing with a man named Elvis?
I gotta appreciate it. Grow out the sideburns just for it. Matt Every, what do we got?
We got a packed house out here on the 13th green. It is absolutely slammed. Viktor's going to be first to go, pin high here. Putting from the fat side. Quality shot, just 2 really good ones from Gary and Bryson. This is going to be one he has to pay attention to as far as the speed is concerned. He's going to be going back downhill. Also has quite a bit of movement to his right. Peter, I got a question for you after this.
Look forward to it. I'll start studying.
This is all about pace here. Happen to find the right line.
Keep your head up. All right, so.
Well, I'm going to ask the heartthrob on this crew, and that's you, Peter.
Okay.
there's definitely a heartthrob in this group out here. You can it's just noticeable. Which one is it?
I think it ends up being Hovland.
I do too.
Yeah.
Right? It wasn't he the one that took the picture of the Ryder Cup team a couple of years ago, and everybody had their spouses, and he was the single guy, just kind of hanging out with everybody.
He's got a lot of fans in between the greens and the tees out here.
But imagine he does okay. Ludwig.
Until they listen to what type of music he listens to, that may throw him off just a little bit.
You can't say that without telling me what kind. I mean,
oh, he's death metal.
Death metal.
I mean, when he's relaxing, it's death metal.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Viktor, next time we throw this thing in a slump, I'm taking 3 months off and I'm doing The Bachelor.
Give it a go.
Mm-hmm. All right, speaking of giving it a go, Bryson, here's a great look for a 2 back up the hill. It's going to move a little bit to his right, but if he keeps the pace up here, this should have a good opportunity to drop.
Yes. Oh, how'd that ball stop breaking?
Just a little less speed. Might have taken the borrow a touch more.
I early called that one. Well played hole, though. Is he going to hit a 5-iron off the next tee?
Might.
Oh, wow. Did everything but go in, Peter.
Good look from him, and now Woodland probably a little bit farther under the hole.
Yeah, it's the easiest of the putts as far as pace and line, but you know, the overall slope in this green definitely works left to right, but there's a little bit of push off that greenside bunker over there to the right of Gary's ball that's going to kind of neutralize the movement here. I think this is there's not going to be a lot of movement, but it's a tough read.
Viktor Hovland went ahead and tapped in. He was in Gary's line, so 2 par so far for this group.
Back-to-back birdies. Gary Woodland, no, just does not fall. Same thing as Bryson's.
That might have wiggled to the left. Boy, you were right, man. That was a tough read. Everything about that putt says it's going to fall to the right, except for that little brow coming off of that bunker. Just kept it dead straight. Oh, that's ridiculous.
So he'll stride up to the 14th, which we already saw Max Homa electing to go for it and nearly make a hole-in-one. Ended up having an eagle. So the question is, should you try to drive the 14th?
Feels like 14 through 18 is the best stretch on this golf course. So, and it starts with a cool par 4.
If the wind's sort of pumping into left to right with that water over there on the left, it gets a little intimidating. I start with the pin position, and then I kind of base my strategy off that. It really is just position and getting it in the right spot. The analytics would say that you would go for the green on 14 pretty much every time. I still think it's the right play, and I feel like I've played the 14th hole pretty well over the course of my career here.
Oh, yeah. Keep going.
Nowadays, we get so much help from stats guys, and the play is to bang it up there. It's a good golf hole, and if you want to win this tournament, you better pull up and hit some golf shots.
Walk us through it, the 14th, Carl.
Well, I like how Justin Thomas described it. Find out where that flag stick is, have a game plan for each position on the green. Anywhere just short of this green is in a great spot. It gets really tough if you bail out to the right because this green has so much slope from right to left. So we saw Max Homa hit a fade in there with the driver. Now, Max hit it a foot and a half from the hole. But where his ball pitched on the green, he was 10 feet away from dropping and hitting his third from the penalty area. So it is one of the holes. There's 3 others on this hole. There's 5 eagles so far on this hole, a bunch of birdies, quite a few bogeys. But with such a difficult golf course from start to finish, and so few chances at an easy birdie if you hit one good shot, I think it's worth it to send it.
So Gary Woodland throw this one out pretty far right yesterday.
Everything from about 40 yards short of the green, contours from right to left and toward the green. So you can play a little low draw here.
Yep. So you hear him.
He tried to.
Guess I did it again.
That's up by the 15th tee.
Oh.
That is not easy right there.
No, but he will have a lot of green at least to work with.
I think he's 50-50 to hit the green from there.
Now the question is, I can't imagine it be 3 wood for Bryson.
Oh, yeah, it's
probably 3 wood, maybe.
Way too much. 3 wood. 3 wood's actually perfect. He should be able to fly this right on the front of the green.
Staring.
Uh-oh. Little left. Okay, it's in the bunker.
Okay.
I believe.
I didn't hear any moans from the crowd.
It sounded like it landed.
Yeah, I heard a splat.
Right. If he has that ball 30 feet to the right, it's right in the middle of the green.
No.
Yeah.
This is one to keep an eye on, boys. He's been kind of having the struggles with the left.
Well, Peter, let me jump in here too. This is just an awkward look for Viktor. He likes to start everything left. Nothing comfortable about this.
And that's just a comfortable. Okay. No. Gets a little bit of a break from one of the camera crews out there.
Good lie, but still a very difficult shot to get close.
This great view of the water feature that surround 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 as we continue our second round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Of course, today's live odds, always brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook, is 8-1 for Bryson DeChambeau. You put $10 of Carl Paulson's money, and you're going to get 80. Viktor Hovland, get the short game figured out, 40-1. Gary Woodland, a little bit more of an underdog. He'd have to make quite the run, but starting to play a little bit better. I'll ask you this question, Carl. Where the winning score, would you say, I'm going to give you 11.5 under. Would you take the over or under of that?
That's a really good line right there, Peter. I'm going to say under.
Okay. Let's see if these guys can give a little bit of a run towards it as we go back and look at the tee boxes. Be careful, Gary. Gary broke his ankle right there. Just exactly where he was at yesterday, Carl. Over on that right-hand side,
Well, he's trying to hit a shot that goes against his normal grain. He likes to hit it from left to right, and at the last minute, you always say, "Don't overdo it," and you hit it way to the right.
Then, of course, we saw Viktor Hovland as well, making sure that he does not play on that little right to left that has been plaguing him as of yesterday. Gets a carom off the television camera, and for Bryson, not taking the driver, ends up going with the 3-wood, Carl, and took dead aim.
Yeah, 3-wood's the right club for him. If this is 30 feet to the right, it's on the front of the green, and it'll roll out to the middle of the green, so easily would have been enough club.
It's a virtual look at where our featured group resides at right now. Woodland, depending on his lie. Matt Everett will give us an update momentarily. And that back left pin placement is a little treacherous because if it gets a little firm, you can't spin it. That thing can get a little squirrely over the back as you see the water feature there. Matt, what are we looking at from the guys?
Oh my gosh, Woodland is straight nightmare fuel. Want no part of this. Right around 70 yards here for Gary, and obviously a 70-yard fairway bunker shot is not appetizing in itself, but what he's dealing with here is just a whole lot of nothing. Green sloping away from him, bunker short, water lurking long, and there's just no margin for error on the quality of the strike here for Gary.
You give me 10 from here, 9 of them aren't even going to be close to the green, and 1 will be about 4 feet.
Yeah, right.
You either hit it perfect or you hit it terrible.
Well, come on with the perfect, Gary.
That's it.
Oh, he wants to take a look. Spin hard. Right there. Zip.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd take that. In a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
All day. All day.
Should be a fairly routine up and down for Gary. Just, boy, had to pick it just right.
Yeah, he played a little bit to the right, which was smart. That ball was never going to go in the water. Look at this. Going to full blaster here.
Yeah, not great here for Viktor either. Ball above the feet. Appears to be pretty nice, though.
Oh.
Aggressive. Wow.
What a shot.
Gotta trust it.
Couple ways to stop that ball, Peter. One's with spin and one's with elevation. Obviously, with that lie, using the elevation. Nicely judged. Oh, yeah. That's as good as you can do it.
Now Bryson.
He's got a ridge about halfway there. He's got to deal with. I would envision him carrying it somewhere between the pin and that ridge. This thing having a little bit of release and then some grab, but that looks heavy the whole way.
Always surprised that he grips it at the end of that L wedge when he's in a bunker.
Like the
such a
choke up
long
on a little
shaft, yeah.
I mean, you know, regardless of his technique, guys, that's just a hard shot in general.
Yeah, for sure.
Take a look at the footwork.
Keep the flex in the knees.
Just a little too much sand behind it.
That's easy to do. I mean, 8 times out of 10, you're going to hit that a little heavy.
Great those shots, Professor Paulson.
I'm going to give Gary Woodland a B-, because that ball could have gone anywhere. I'm going to give Viktor Hovland an A of some sort. Not an A+, but an A. And I'll give Bryson a C. C's get degrees, by the way.
Yes, they do, especially in the SEC.
Buddy.
Hard grader, though. I'm gonna give Gary an A, Viktor an A, and I'll go with a C as well for Bryson.
I would have given Gary an A if his ball stayed on the green.
Well, we might be waving the group up behind us.
So what they did yesterday, just to help with the pace of play, is the 14th is reachable. Then, of course, so is the 15th. So this is where there's a log jam. So we'll take a quick break. We'll return to our second round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. This week at Quail Hollow, several players are trying to get into a very exclusive club. Scotty Scheffler looking to add a PGA Championship to his 2 green jackets. The only players to do that before turning 30 are Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus. Rory McIlroy and Jordan Spieth are trying to get what the other has. Rory could be the first player to win consecutive majors since Spieth in 2015, and Spieth wants to complete the career Grand Slam, something Rory did last month. And what about last year's PGA champion? We didn't forget about him, Xander Schauffele. Since the tournament moved to stroke play in 1958, the only players to go back-to-back are Tiger, Tiger again, and Brooks Koepka. Speaking of Mr. Koepka, he's looking to win his 4th PGA championship. The only player to do that all time? There's only 3 of them. Walter Hagen, Jack, and of course Tiger. So whether this Wanamaker Trophy is the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, it might be time to make some room behind the velvet rope. You get behind the velvet rope in our coverage of the featured groups and holes over on ESPN Plus. Justin Thomas, Dustin Johnson, Colin Morikawa in that group, Spieth, Reed, and Ludwig over one of the feature group. Hideki, Wyndham, and Tom Kim, and then, of course, the Green Mile 16, 17, and 18. So get to hear some choice words on 16, 17, and 18. Some in celebration and others in frustration as we head out to Gary Woodland. And what's he got, Matt Every?
He's got a pretty flat chip here. It's a great leave. Very level. If anything, it's going to work towards the water. Makeable for sure.
Gotta go. Gotta go. Oh, that is kind of shocking. It didn't look like there was a bad lie by any means. Just a safe little bump and run up the hill.
Yeah, it just wasn't his best. Not his best. Carl, you think sitting around waiting for the group to be waved up played any role in that shot?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, these guys use so much loft around the greens because the greens are so much faster than they were when I was playing out here. We used a lot less loft, and they use a lot of loft, and you spin. Generally, you know, not everybody, but generally they like to keep the ball in the air instead of on the ground. I think he may have just got caught in between shots there.
Sound like a boomer.
Yeah. Gotta go, old man. Get off my yard. These young guys now. My man was doing squats here in the trailer, just trying to keep loose.
Trying to stay not so old.
Bryson to create a highlight here in the 14th.
It's an outside look, but it's a look. Sweeping to his left, uphill.
Stay up.
Excellent lag putt.
You know, for such a powering golf swing and such a unique approach, I think feels like the short game for Bryson never really gets enough credit for how handy he is around the greens.
The putter for sure, because it's such a rigid looking putting stroke, and for somebody to have that much touch with it, I mean, it looks like he's just full blast flexing every muscle in his upper body, yet he has very good touch.
Tough read here for Viktor. Not a lot in it. Obviously, it's going to be fast going back towards the water, but pretty flat overall, and it's at that distance. You feel like you should make it. He's already given away probably 3 or 4 shots around the green today. Most of those coming at the 12th. Be nice to pay off that pitch shot he hit, though.
Easy to miss this one on that left-hand side.
Viktor Hovland.
Man, that was a good putt.
To use a little body English to get that one in.
Looks like he's settled back in after that mini disaster at the 12th. That thing was, I mean, that didn't move
tracking
a millimeter, did it?
Go to your home. It's an important putt for Gary Woodland, just barely missing birdie on the 13th, and doesn't want to fall behind the field when struggling.
Yeah, especially
with that cut line.
Especially with that green mile right around the corner. Nice.
Yes, sir. Never in doubt. Don't have to draw it on the scorecard. We're going to go 14. Nothing. Just par. 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 As they will have one more friendly host hole before they.
Did we get a little fist pump here?
No. Just the polite wave to the crowd. Let's see.
I thought we had a little fist bump, but it was just an acknowledgement of the good putt.
So now we'll head on over to the 15th, a big swinging dogleg left par 5, Carl.
Yeah, you got to think that Bryson DeChambeau is licking his chops, likes to move the ball from right to left. He can push it down there with driver, get it past those bunkers, and hit a mid-iron up this hill into this elevated green here at the 15th. Interesting green, have a couple of ridges, one in the front where everything falls to the right and to the left, and then there's one that runs across the center of the green. This one stuck back there in that left-hand corner. Right in the middle of the green is a good place to putt from.
I would have loved to see him really shave the left side of that rough on this hole.
Do you go to NASCAR races to watch the wrecks?
Can't confirm nor deny that. I mean, we saw Rory McIlroy yesterday take it straight left, and looking, that ball would have been in the water. And
they could make this golf course 8 shots harder if they shaved the left of 14.
Yep.
The left of 16, the left and behind 17, everything on 18. This holes would be impossible.
But even this one, I mean, again, I think if there's going to be a risk reward of taking it over the trees, which some of these guys can do, there should be that risk of, that ball finding its way all the way into the hazard.
I would like to see them take the fairway all the way to the water, make this fairway 80 yards wide, but keep the trees there. Maybe even plant a couple more down that left-hand side.
Kind of pebble 18-ish, where we've got the tree in the middle of the fairway. Don't put it by Johnny Harris, the great president here at Quail Hollow, to always tinker with this golf course. And this is where that little traffic jam will show up between guys trying to play on the reachable par 4 14th and 15th, where if you get a good drive, most of those guys, we saw Justin Thomas and others about 255 up the hill coming in if you hit a good drive. It's doable.
Little tougher for guys that like to move it from left to right. Take it right at the right edge of those 2 bushy trees on the left and let it just fall to the right.
Woodland leaning.
Right at those 2 big trees.
Fly, Pelican. We'll have to see if that ended up getting the break. Again, we saw Rory McIlroy able to stay dry because of that rough. This is a line in which they don't teach a lot of kids.
Well, it pinches in pretty good down there at 330, 340, so there's a little bit of risk in ripping driver here for Bryson.
Give it a go here.
Looks like he's going to sling one from right to left.
Ripped.
Pretty straight shot. Just a 315 carry.
That'll hunt. Fantastic shot for Bryson.
It was his fairway finder.
Little 90%er. Great overview of the Green Mile, which is 16, 17, and 18. But this is a hole that a lot of players need to take advantage of somewhere either on 14 or 15. Almost feel like you get one in your pocket going into the toughest 3-hole finishing stretches in all of golf, and Viktor stripes it.
Yeah, that was
on the 15. Very impressive. And also what's impressive is that PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile over in Frisco, Texas, featuring state-of-the-art technology, TrackMan, Top Tracer, Swing Catalyst, Putt View, Sam Putt, all of it. T-Mobile's 5G network powers everything from PGA golf coaching to delivering tour van club fittings all across major equipment manufacturers. Natalie Sheehan, a teaching pro and one of our favorites from the Pelican Golf Club, is out there this week talking about some of the different players and their games, and Bryson DeChambeau is one that she's got some thoughts on.
Thanks, guys. So Bryson just hit a 314-yard drive, and one of his best assets is how far he hits the golf ball. But I want to share with you a couple drills that he works on to create club head speed that you can use as well. So the first one is in your backswing. As you go into your backswing, I want you to actually try to take the club back very quickly. So it would look something like this, where you make some backswings. It's fine if that front heel lifts up, but you're just trying to go fast in that backswing, and you can see how I push up off the ground with some momentum to do that, and that will help you actually create some speed. The second one is going to be going through the golf ball. So we're taking the club back to about hip height, and from here, I'm going to swing as fast as I can through the ball. So I'm going to do that a couple times. So we're going to go here and through. Now, putting them together, let's see if we can do it on the ball to generate some speed. And that was pretty good for me. So those are two great drills that Bryson actually does himself, but that can help you gain some club head speed.
Great stuff from Natalie. Of course, remember T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. And we put this in super slow motion of what Natalie was talking about. Just the extension, the load, Carl, it's impressive.
There's a lot going on in this golf swing. He has been a guy that has done things his own way, and that's the beauty of it. Oh, seeking all of this load right there. Look at that left knee kicking out towards the target, now snapping back to the left, which pulls that left hip around. Very level with his hips through impact, though, and that is why he can keep the ball on the planet. Right shoulder gets a little low, the right hip gets a little low. You get that club kind of stuck behind you, and then it's flip city at the bottom. So keeping that high right shoulder is key for Bryson through impact.
Of course, not a shock that one of the longer drivers of the golf ball, one of the reasons why people thought he might have a good little opportunity to make a run this week, as we see the shots from these players. Good play for Bryson, good play for Viktor Hovland. The question is, and Matt Avery can hopefully answer this for us, Gary Woodland able to get away through it?
Not really. He got one of the nastier lies I've seen all week, but all three of these guys are stronger than I ever was. So when I peeked at it, the just getting over the water looked sketchy to me, but Gary had the laser out, shooting up a little further. Doesn't appear to be an issue for him. I don't think getting to the green, though, is in the cards.
We see some low scores so far today. Max Homa, 6 under through 8 holes today, just ripping it apart. Carl, you were talking about it before the round. You thought his game was going to come into form, and sure enough, it was.
Well, he just he seems to finally be getting comfortable with all the changes that he's made to his bag. Golf's a better spot when Max Homa's playing well.
Boys, my old blooper is caddying for Max Homa right now. Bill Harkey caught Tom Brady's first touchdown pass in high school.
Nice.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that Brady guy? He was good a couple days ago. I saw someone do an interview say he regrets doing the roast. It was maybe grand opening, grand closing for a big star athlete doing a celebrity roast.
Yeah. Got paid handsomely for it, though.
I think he did all right.
Yeah, I think he would be doing all right before that.
Right.
Finally caught a break in life.
I want to know who talked him into that. Like, who thought that was a good idea?
I think he may have been fibbed to about what actually was going to happen, but
it's a roast.
Max Homa birdied the 18th hole.
Whoa. Is that 7 through 9?
Nice, 6 through 9. But 4 birdies and an eagle on his opening 9. How about a 30? You kidding me?
I imagine that catches at least 3 to 4 strokes on the entire field on the back 9, playing the green mile at 1 under, but then going birdie, eagle, birdie even before that. As you see what the weight is over on 15th, but back-to-back 2s. He's never done that in a major, and now he's out in 30.
I'm a symmetrical guy. Like when I put pictures up, they have to be even on either side. Look at that scorecard. That doesn't get any better than that.
Literally the eagle right in the middle, sandwiched by 2 birdies and a birdie in the opener. And
Bookended by birdies.
All right, Matt. Viktor Hovland.
Yeah, Viktor ready to roll here. It was a long wait. He's got a good angle, playing from the left side of the fairway, back up the hill about 10 yards, 264 for Hovland. This thing cut all the way on the left side of the green. Got all day to the right.
242 front. He can fly this on the green.
Get to the left. Get to the left.
Oh, just misses.
Just because, are you serious? That ball had to look like it was tracking. Love these aerial views we're able to get to really give you a scope of how big this hole is. Matt is who's going to be first to play.
Well, looks like Gary's going to give it a hack here. This is going to be some kind of like 7-wood, guys, and it's going to help him out a ton here. He's going to get super steep on it. Try and pop this thing up out of the rough. Yep.
Sounded thick, but he knows he couldn't get quite there.
Oh, that's great. That's a great shot.
Wow.
Holy
It
smokes.
looked like he skied it. That was a great shot.
Just laughing at one of those guys in the booth. Don't even think I can get it there. Come on.
He did it hard then.
Let's listen in this conversation.
No. Front bunker's fine, right bunker's fine. If it goes through. Okay.
All right, by that conversation, he definitely geared down here, guys, and he's just going to give this one a rip, which I kind of like if he's going to access his whole location off the slope he's dealing with here. He needs to go ahead and step into it.
Go, go, go.
Boy, it's on a good line.
Go.
Be the club. Oh, yes, it is.
Clears.
The shot and break that Viktor Hovland wanted, Bryson DeChambeau gets.
And he's putting his head back looking at the sky because if that ball flies 3 more feet in the air, it's next to the hole. Here's a good look. You'll see this ball land on the upslope of the bunker and just barely get up onto the green.
What a swing for Bryson DeChambeau. Eagle putt incoming. Second round coverage, PGA Championship.
It's the PGA Championship, a tournament where legends and long shots both have shined.
Can it be? Yes! Add that one the PGA Championship lore. Oh! He's done it!
Coverage continues today.
It is round 2 of the 2025 PGA Championship. Watching feature group coverage on ESPN+. Our group has reached the green here at the 15th. looking for a birdie before they enter the very difficult green mile. Front bunker here for Viktor Hovland, Matt.
Yeah, a difficult shot here for Viktor. A ton of green to work with. Does have a lie for it, though. It's kind of sitting down. These prongs on the rakes here at Quail Hollow. A little bit wider. That is nicely judged there by Viktor.
That's the short game we've been waiting to see show up.
Well, that's the funny thing, because he's a really good bunker player, but not a very good chipper. He's also a very good flop shot artist out of the rough, but it's the straight face pitches that he gets in trouble with.
I was going to say, because of the angle of the club face, and so some of them it works really well.
That was spectacular there. Left it in a perfect spot, too. See how deep these bunkers are. Very good sand here at Quail Hollow. They made that look pedestrian, and that was not that easy of a shot, as Matt mentioned. Pretty straightforward here, though, Matt.
Yeah, this is a fairly easy shot, guys. Plenty of green to work with. Ball's going to fall off to its left as it loses pace. Had a nice chuckle with Gary about that approach shot, but that is not his best there.
Well, we saw on last hole on 14, coming up a little bit short, was able to salvage it for par, but again, you see him just shaking his head, and that's one of the things, you know, we've been talking about Viktor's short game woes, but you go back and look at Gary Woodland, ranked 178th 2 years ago. Last year, 166th. This year, 177th around the green. So that short game is just a slight issue for him. Now Bryson, great drive. Great iron shot into this one, boys.
Carl, why do you think Gary's short game is that where it's at?
You know, that's a good question. I like his motion. It just doesn't. He just doesn't seem to make the contact that he's looking for. Maybe comes in a little bit too shallow. You know, to kind of shallow your chipping swing out, you got to get a little bit steeper on the backswing. But he seems to kind of scoop a little bit more than most, which is odd for a guy that has a pretty steep golf swing and moves the ball from left to right. All right, what's the play here, Matt? Take a maximum break and just dribble this up to the hole?
Well, ideally, yeah. I mean, if you didn't have to mark the next one, that would be a small victory for sure. Again, getting this thing to the hole, though, is going to be the challenge. It's uphill the whole way. It's got a little bit of movement to the left on the back half of it as it loses speed. But a good opportunity here at the 15th to pick up one.
Easy.
Brakes. Bump the brakes.
Full flaps.
Goodness. Did he de-green it?
No.
He did.
Helps to. Does that help your putting stack? Because technically the next one won't count as
the next one's actually is still a putt in the stats book if you putt the first one.
I was just.
Yeah, that's just one of those putts you want to just dribble up to the hole, leave it down there where Viktor Hovland's ball is, but got a little frisky with that one. There's a couple of things that really irritate professional golfers. That's bogey in a par 5 and 3-putt in a par 5 for a par.
Man, I was just getting ready to chime in, Carl. And especially just, you know, we're coming off of a drivable par 4 that he made par on. I mean, these are holes he should be picking apart, and just mentally watching that ball run by, you know, every single guy out here is already thinking they've got a 4 on their card when they're walking up to the green, and it kind of shocks the system, and we'll see how he deals with it here.
By the way, then going into 16, 17, 18, 1, 2, and 3, that's a little 6-hole stretch. You want to have some comfort in your pocket. Now Woodland for birdie to get it to 2 over. What we project might be that cut line.
putt. Easy to be spooked after seeing somebody right in front of you, D green one.
Yeah.
This was a good effort right here.
Hoping for it to hold its head. It did not.
Now, back to Bryson. After hitting a putt like that, 9 times out of 10, he'll leave this putt short because he's just
afraid.
Absolutely spooked himself.
Have you ever tried this putting stroke? He's got just a super upright, locked in.
I've tried a lot of different putting strokes. This is the one I just passed on. It's interesting, too, because he has actual hip movement in his putting stroke because he is so rigid with his upper half. For birdie.
No.
Oh, my goodness. Well, remember when I said there's 2 things that make somebody really mad? A bogey and a par 5.
I think you left out the
putting.
4-putt.
If you combine those 2, you might have a top blow off your head.
Waiting for him to release a TikTok, waiting on the 16th tee. Here's how I made bogey on 15. Now he's got a little bit of time to look at this one as well.
Well, it's an easy putt if you break it down to, okay, it's breaking slightly from right to left and it's 5.5 feet, but when it's for your 3rd one on this green, it makes things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot going on upstairs right now for Bryson. He's got to be steaming.
To save the par, which we never thought we would be saying after he was on this green in 2.
All right. That will not make any YouTube highlights for Bryson DeChambeau. As the 3 putts for the par. He'll take one more look at it going, how in the world was this thing so fast? Now, Viktor with not much left. Scoring conditions been fairly advantageous for the player so far.
It's been a minute since he's hit his last shot, too. He's had to wait for 3 putts from DeChambeau and 1 from Gary Woodland. Inside left edge, hit it firm.
Inside left edge, firm it was. So good birdie to get him back to where he started the day. Remember the double bogey on 12 after, I wouldn't call it chili dipping 2 chips, but
just a couple of heavy shots, a couple of little heavy chips. Chili dip is the one that goes right in front of you a couple feet.
so here we go. It's one of the most challenging closing 3-hole finishes anywhere in professional golf. Competitors this week are on watch for the challenges and look forward to the test of the Green Mile.
They call it the Green Mile, and it's justified. I think it's the toughest stretch of holes in the world. You have to hit perfect shots, or you're going to make bogey or much worse.
You're trying to sign for 3 pars. You know, if you get to sneak a birdie in, that's an advantage.
There's nothing hidden. It's right in front of you, and you got to go execute, hit some golf shots, that's for sure.
When people come off this golf course, the last thing they remember is the last 3 holes, and they think, whoa.
That Green Mile that keeps getting longer somehow, even in perfectly calm conditions. Every single shot is a test.
So off we go. 16 17 and 18, one of the most treacherous trio of holes. I like the word triumvirate. Can you use triumvirate of holes?
It's just brutally hard. If that's what that means, yes, you can use that.
There it goes. Well, that's Ken Brown. He's always the really smart one of our broadcasting crew. As we see the aerial fly over on the 16th. Really with that rough on the left-hand side, not really much of a danger of the ball rolling out into the water, but this is where it gets difficult. We saw two of the top 2 players in the world yesterday, both Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele right for the middle of the green. A little mud on their ball, roped it left into the drink. Pin placement, just tucked over on that right-hand side. And Carl, look at these stats from the first round here at the PGA Championship.
Yeah, just, I mean, again, this is the length of a short par 5 in professional golf. These guys playing it as a par 4. And yesterday's hole location was much easier than today's. Going to be interesting to see what these players do today. About 315 to that bunker on the right-hand side. And Viktor has started the hole off nicely.
Great play. He's been working with Grant Waite, the swing coach, back in March, and said it's kind of been trying to just rewire my brain of kind of getting a feel that feels a little foreign to him, but he knows is a much safer and more consistent swing for Viktor.
That was a really good swing. 298 in the air. The ball rolled a good 20 yards on the ground, so things starting to dry out a little bit.
Something we did not get after the 4 inches of rain over on the weekend and Monday of Tuesday leading into this tournament. Oh, he's staring at it.
Yeah, the problem is if you miss right, you got a right hole location today. Bounce left.
Okay, but that is going to be a severely awkward baseball swing for Gary Woodland.
He's going to have to decide where he wants to play that third shot from. Short, just short of the green's probably the best spot to play from. Yep. Well, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. I think this one's going right over that bunker.
Yeah, that's the mere mortal target line for most people. DeChambeau likes to play with some geometry on the golf course. Striped.
I mean, that is awesome.
Holy smokes.
190 ball speed in the middle of the fairway is going to be flipping a wedge into a 530-yard hole.
It's a different game for that crew.
We take a look at this just bomb that he hits here at the 16th in perfect position, round 2, the PGA Championship.
I've been trying to find myself my entire life, and it wasn't until a couple years ago that I really found my ground roots as not only a golfer, but an entertainer. And I want to entertain.
What is the rewarding?
Authenticity, relatability. That's why I'm doing YouTube.
This is day 16 of trying to make a hole-in-one over my house.
Once I started filming, I started realizing, wow, there's a lot of people behind this camera right now watching this interview. So many people, so many kids get inspired from it, and that's what motivates me. There's even times where somebody said, oh yeah, have you seen, Bryson's hole-in-one challenge? And they're like, oh, that's about YouTuber?
Is it? Let's go!
And so it's funny for them to relate to me as a YouTuber, not necessarily a golfer as well, right? It's a weird world we live in.
So would you consider yourself the best YouTube golfer out there?
I think I'm a decent content creator, and there's gonna be some cool stuff that comes out this year.
Well, he gave us quite the show on the 16th. Just a smooth 359 yards, which Carl might be driver sandwich for us right now.
Yeah, a good drive and a good sandwich. The only way that hole-in-one could have been better is if you had all the doors open to the house and you run through the house to the backyard to get the ball out of the hole.
Do it again, Bryson. Come on. Is impressive to see. So we saw DeChambeau just not even winking at that bunker on the 16th, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I know Taylor Zarzer told us a story about Johnny Harris and that crew. They moved that bunker out, kind of McIlroy proofing this hole, and Rory, the first time he plays it, throws it over that bunker as well and winks at Johnny Harris and says, we're in good shape.
Anytime you try to proof a hole or a shot, I'm doing air quotes when I say it, all you're doing is making it easier for that person that you're trying to proof it for.
92 down 6.
Saw that Augusta when they quote-unquote tiger-proofed the Masters. It fit his game even better.
They proofed it so Tiger would win every time.
He's going to do something, but I don't want to play for too much either. I agree.
All right, fellas. We got just a little bit of mud on the right side here for Viktor. I don't know if it's going to affect it, but there's a chance.
72 to the front. Yeah. Want to land at 82. That's 76 adjusted. Yeah. And it shouldn't be hurting that much. It shouldn't be hurting that much. Should be a lot out of the left.
76, they want to land this, Matt. This is probably just a full tilt 7-iron, but I don't know if you want to go full tilt with debris on the ball.
Yeah, it's right on the edge for me, Carl. I wouldn't play for it, but it wouldn't shock me if this thing had a little bit of turn to the left. Remember, he likes to work it naturally left to right.
Oh no, same thing.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Tight. Okay. Remember, we said, oh no, me and Matt called Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele. Little mud on the ball and squirted out straight left en route to their 2 doubles on 16 yesterday.
Well, something to point out too, guys, as Gary's ready to roll here. It's pretty unfortunate, maybe on the most demanding second shot on the golf course, the players are picking up mud, but also it's unfortunate that mud's been on the right side of the golf ball for all 3 of them.
This just looks almost impossible for Gary.
Yeah, ball above his feet. The lie is it's average.
Clean.
He's just so strong.
What?
No way. Gary Woodland. Are you kidding me? That ball, Carl, I thought was going to be dead from that angle coming in, and look at this swing on it.
Look at a great look here at how he just holds that club face from turning over. Sends this thing a smile into the sky, lands nice and soft right on line. Now Bryson DeChambeau.
Bryson ready to roll. It's on a good line.
Oh, indeed it was. I would have lost a clean ESPN bet wager with all of you gentlemen if I would have said Gary Woodland would be inside of Bryson DeChambeau after those 2 drives.
I would have too, saying that somebody would back one up on this hole.
So you see the smile from Gary. Just watch the finish. Reverse C.
Never lets the right hand pass the left when he's coming down through impact. That grass has a tendency to catch that hosel and turn the toe over, but with that upper body strength, Gary able to hold that club face square through impact. That was a great shot.
It's a beautiful view just there. Crowds have been fantastic at Quail all week long.
For Gary.
This is such an interesting stretch in 17 where we saw Bryson nearly make a hole-in-one yesterday. And then 18 with the stream over on the left-hand side that trickles down as we see the leader, Jonathan Vegas. 1 clear. Max Homa having a day, 6 under through, I believe, 11 holes for him.
Jonathan with a bogey at 2 and all par so far.
Really curious to see how Rory McIlroy plays today, gentlemen. We called his round yesterday, only hit 4 fairways. A lot of people thought, you know, not that there was ever a governor switch on McIlroy, but what would be unlocked after winning the career Grand Slam, especially at a place called, that Jordan Spieth jokingly called it Rory McIlroy Country Club because of his success.
Didn't swing the club all that well yesterday. JT, I got to watch his group from start to finish yesterday, and the 4 fairways is surprising. The 4 greens in regulation even more surprising. He had 9 putts on the back 9 with a 2 putt from 10 feet on the last hole.
That'll work. Remember, part of our feature group coverage will be that trio that we had early in the morning. Those tee times flipped. They'll be off of the first tee at 1:47. McIlroy with that little work to do to stay on the weekend. Xander Schauffele over at 1, and Scotty Scheffler had that 2 chip-ins, or 2 hole-outs, I should say, from off the green yesterday. But outside of that, just a kind of workman-like round for him as Hovland steps into it. Matt Everett.
Well, we know he's into death metal. I feel like Jane's Addiction, it's not quite death metal, but Coming Down the Mountain would be fitting for this one here for Mr. Hovland. A ton of movement, going to be super quick in the back half. Carl, you know that song, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Jane's Addiction's awesome. Jane's Addiction's the music he would listen to if he wanted to go to sleep, though.
To kind of calm down at the end of the night.
Yeah, that would be his.
We're gonna dial down to a little Metallica late.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, shift a gear to System of a Down.
Well, Matt called that perfectly there. All that break, once that ball starts slowing down, just takes a right-hand turn.
What a great view of some of the sight lines you get over at Quail. Boy, having drones in our camera
game changer
bullpen has been incredible to just see so many sights of a golf course you don't traditionally get a chance to see. That's a look at from 16 and that drone, 17 in the background. Then overlook of that Green Mile.
Green Mile Club there in between 16 and 18. Great place to be if you can swing a ticket. Like, can't pick a better spot to putt from.
It's a tough read, though. There's not a lot going on here, guys. I wanted to go left, but I could see it I could see it staying out there if he plays it outside the hole. I also could be way off.
We were joking around with it yesterday, Matt, about some of these putts. You don't want it dead center. You almost want just a touch of inside a lip, or
I think that's across the board. I mean, any week. You just the dead straight ones. You know, these poor caddies, they only get called in on the hard ones. Those are the ones where you're looking for something. If it's obvious, you're not bringing in help.
Yeah, he's not playing very much break.
And it did not break. And for that, if you would have told me you'd par 15 from his location and birdie 16, wouldn't have believed it, but yet here we are, Bryson.
Yeah. There's a perfect explanation of why this game is so crazy. This man hits it 360 yards in the air. He pars a 340-yard hole. He pars a reachable par 5, and then birdies the hardest hole in the course.
Good start. So he is 1 under for his 4 holes in the Green Mile so far this tournament.
Boy, there are some really good scores out there this morning.
How about Sergio Garcia? I told you I had a feeling that he was going to play well.
Yeah.
A little 3 under.
Matthew Pavone 4 under. JJ Spawn 4 under. Max Homa 6 under. Multiple players a couple under on their opening 9.
All right, so Gary Woodland, very important putt to start off the Green Mile. Put a circle on the scorecard, Gary.
Not much break. Pulled it.
Pulled it. He knew it. Knew it from the jump.
Yeah.
Boy, he had a great shot on 13, missed a makeable putt. Incredible approach. Knew he was left right from the jump.
You don't see that kind of frustration out of Gary very often. Knows that that was a really good opportunity to let slip through his fingers.
I still have never figured out what this does.
All right, so okay, I get it. If this helps you read putts, I get it, but I do not like those guys standing that close to the hole.
Just
I know you're allowed to tap stuff down now, but when you step that close to the hole, it puts indentions in the ground. All right, done talking about that.
Tell me how you really feel about it, Carl. Like, don't.
He was 6 inches from the hole. You can still see his feet marks.
You can.
You can tell where he did it right by his ball, too. Yeah, good putt, though. Very nice 2-putt.
Well, why does he care the rest of the day, right? You know, he's going to putt. Just, well, maybe gamesmanship, Carl. I'm going to start doing that to you next time I play golf.
That's the world we live in nowadays.
So Hovland finds himself 4 back from Jonathan Vegas at 6 under as we go over to 17, and this has been the highlight, arguably, of the week, or at least of the first round. 227, towering 8-iron from Bryson DeChambeau, and you just got to land it at the right spot and let it roll out, Carl.
Right on top of that ridge. He flies it 6 or 7 feet further. It goes over the green, 6 or 7 feet short of that, and it doesn't make it over the ridge. That almost to perfection.
What do you do on tour? You buy beer for the media crew? What's the hole in one? What's the proper protocol?
I think Bryson would be one of those guys that would.
I feel like he's the guy who would hand deliver it and make sure it was on video.
Bring it in and bring it in with a wheelbarrow or something.
Yeah.
They're playing a tee up today with a front left hole location. This could get a little spicy.
Let's try to listen in.
Yeah, it could, Carl. It's enticing for sure. Look, 185 yards slightly downhill, and if there's any wind, it's at their back at the moment. I mean, it's a scoring club for all 3 of these guys. I'd be hard-pressed to think any of them are going to hit more than 8-iron here.
See if we could listen in to hear this conversation on the tee.
Pretty short. Okay. 177. Yeah. A little bit of help. 5 or 6 of help. 4 of help. Okay. Either way, it's perfect one of those, huh?
Part of Bill's Mafia right over behind Bryson DeChambeau.
Normal one?
Yep.
Okay.
What's it again?
You guys.
So we have 80 to the hole.
This is a wedge.
Trying to land it 3 short, 177. We're playing 4 of help. That's 173. I'd have our stock one at around that, or 75.
The spotter just gave me the full fist, which means wedge.
Well, I think this is how this hole should play. Give these guys an opportunity, but make it so if they mess up, they could make a huge number.
The stock pitching wedge from 185.
I bailed.
Go, go.
Wow. So distance-wise was about the same, just kind of fell out of it right from the jump.
Onto the flag. Perfect.
Great look at just how deep that crowd is over on the 17th.
A lot of humans out there on that 17th tee, Matt.
Oh, a lot. It's slammed out here. We've already touched on the crowd today, boys. We don't need to revisit that. Opportunity here for Viktor, though. I don't think this is a wedge. Should be a comfy number for him. On a good line.
Staring at it. Staring at it. Sit.
That's a good shot.
I'm with you, Carl. It's like the perfect distance for these guys and pin location, because it's that front pin. If you kind of bail or take the conservative club, you're going to be coming, with something a little less spin, a little less height, and you're going to have 30 or 40 feet coming back just out of the firmness in the greens. So it really requires, the proper club and the quality of strike has to be so precise here to get this thing close. But it's there. It's available.
Woodland set up for a draw here, which is not his preferred shot shape.
Kind of falling off. Needs to catch that. Oh, all right. A little bit of work left. Stay. I don't know. That ball might be down on that little apron. We'll see what Gary's got when we return. Second round coverage, the PGA Championship. Welcome back to second round coverage of the 107th PGA Championship over here at beautiful Quail Hollow, Charlotte, North Carolina. PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game, and we love this leaderboard that's starting to shape up as we see Max Homa just absolutely torching Quail early so far, Carl.
7 under par through 12 holes, has just birdied the difficult par 4 third.
Again, has that 7th, which is a reachable par 5 in front of him. So something special brewing for Max Homa. We'll keep you updated of that one.
Easiest part of the golf course coming up for Max Homa.
As we see a little virtual view of the 17th average proximity for these players, some 38 feet. Hovland inside that circle of trust. Gary Woodland and Bryson both bailing out a little bit over on that right-hand side. I do like, as much as we saw Bryson hit an absolute dart yesterday, I do like this pin placement as you guys were talking about. Matt, it allows maybe some more fireworks, but this is going to be interesting to watch Gary, who's kind of struggled around the green so far today. See if he can find that touch and get it up and in.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Bryson to go first, guys, and it looks saturated down here in this little collection area. Definitely tight mown. He's got to decide where to land this. It's a bit of an up and over ridge, about 3 or 4 paces on. He's got to deal with, and everything goes towards the water.
Yeah, landed on that upslope with a little bit too much spin. I'm not a big fan of this green, Matt. I think it's a little bit too severe.
I would agree with that.
So
especially for the number.
Yeah.
See if Gary can get dialed in an important up and down from him if he wants to play date on the weekend, because right now this cut line right around 1 over. We might see some fluctuation in that, but with the scores being fairly low today, it means he's probably going to have to come up with a couple birdies if he wants to play on the weekend.
Well, the last couple of these he's hit have been pretty skinny and have come up short. It'll be easy to do that here as well.
Oh, just the same thing. Just hits it into that hill, takes a little bit off the momentum, and boy, yet again, a lot of work left for Gary Woodland. Yeah, you can just tell the frustration in his.
To me, he looks like he's kind of wishing to get the ball close instead of hitting those shots with a little bit of authority and trying to make them go close. It just looks like a hopeful swing and not a positive swing.
Just such a cool view that drone gives us back over where the hospitality suites are over on 17th, hoping for a birdie from Viktor Hovland.
Just outside of 30 feet here for Viktor. Swinger from left to right, back up the hill.
Left to right it is indeed.
No such thing as a bad deuce on the golf course.
That was free falling right in the middle of the cup. So Hovland now finds himself within the top 15, tied for 12 at 3 under, just 3 back with that birdie on the 17th. Yeah, I'm thinking I'd look at some of these scores right now as not much of a touch of wind. You see just that water. It's a great water feature. Some great bass outside in that place as well too. Taylor Zars are one of the members and part of our broadcast crew. So maybe they pull out some lunkers of that lake.
I've seen Taylor hit a ball from out of that lake before. All right, a little bit of a touch putt here for Bryson DeChambeau coming down the hill. Pretty quick putt. Little movement from right to left.
Stay up, Bryson with the fist bump. There you go.
Momentum putt. He knows it. That was to keep the card clean.
Let's take one more look at just how vertical that putter is, and had to hit just enough pace. Jumps up and grabs it. That's an important putt for Bryson. Probably still frustrated with 14 and 15, but able to get that one to go. Starting to get into, it's getting late early for Gary Woodland if he wants to play on the weekend. This is a monstrous putt to help that.
Yeah, it feels big, doesn't it? The very difficult start to his back nine, which is the front nine here at Quail Hollow Club. Want to par this one and par the next one and give yourself a fighting chance to get through the first 4 or 5 holes on that other 9 at 3 over, because then you've got 7, 8, a couple holes that you can take advantage of.
I remember famously a couple years ago, last time Bryson played here at Quail, came into the clubhouse, thought he had missed the cut, flew home. By the time he landed in Dallas, realized he did make the cut, flew back to Charlotte, got here at 2:30 a.m., finished top 10.
Sound like first world problems to me.
Yeah, it's tricky private flights. It's a great look.
Stay up.
That's slow the entire way.
Had a chance after seeing Bryson's. I'm surprised he missed by that far.
Just a tentative stroke. Never really looked set over it, and ball never had the pace.
Move him to 2 outside that cut line as we speak. It could change throughout the day, though.
Some opportunities for Woodland, but has not been able to capitalize as these guys will stride over to the last hole of the Green Mile. Just a nice polite 474 yards, Carl.
Yeah, this is one where you just got to cowboy up here off this tee. Can't miss it right, can't miss it left. You just got to be very committed to the type of shot that you want to hit. Got to get the ball in this fairway. Now they do have a whole location that you can get to if you do hit a good shot. We've got a little bit of slope on this green from right to left, so you can bring it in with a little bit of a draw just right of that flag stick and have a really good birdie look. Got a little backstop behind it as well.
As you see, the third toughest hole, almost as many others, that's double bogey or more, than birdies. So the Green Mile has always been challenging and played a cumulative 488 strokes over par back in 2017 and turning that direction as well. Viktor Hovland here on the 18th.
A little bit of wind off the right here for Viktor. Humidity's starting to kick up.
That's a good win for these faders.
Fellas, this is a shrimp hook, Carl Paulson.
He did it yesterday here. He hit it into the grandstands yesterday.
Wow.
Obviously a very uncomfortable look this 18th tee shot is for Viktor Hovland.
You said he hit it into the grandstands yesterday. Regardless if there was trees over there or not, that thing wouldn't have come within 30 yards of those grandstands. That was a straight up shrimp hook.
He must have pull hooked the one yesterday. Now, that ball was diving quickly to the left. Now Bryson. Boy, is he swinging nice today, Matt.
He is. He had a great range session. Coach Dana Dahlquist out here this week. They're dialed in. Likes their chances moving forward, that's for sure.
I just want to know what it feels like for just a week. That's all. I just pay a large sum of money to see what it feels like for 1 week. Now Woodland needs to get something going.
Yeah, it's a beauty. Right off the creek, fading back to the center.
He's sneaky long, carrying at 309, but again, not getting a ton of roll for these players.
As we take a look at these par putts here at the 17th. One on the left is Bryson, one on the right, Gary Woodland. Bryson gets it out there far enough. Gary doesn't. We'll be back.
The greens are green. The fairways are green. The jacket, for a few of them, is green. The mile is green. 16, 17, and 18 at Quail Hollow. The money they win for hitting a tiny white ball is green. The losers will be green with envy, and the winners will leave the green expanse of grass behind the gates of this place, reflecting in the mirrored sterling silver of a trophy strapped into the front seat like a friend.
And this is what the leaderboard looks like. A logjam over at 4 under. Max Homa dropped a stroke, was at 7 under. So the low round of the day so far is see some great scores. It's Jonathan Vegas. 7 under yesterday.
Good to see Michael Thor Bjornsson playing some good golf again. Was dealing with a few injuries earlier this season, but playing very nicely now. Matt Fitzpatrick with a nice round yesterday. It's been a struggle in 2025 for him.
Matt, this is an interesting spot.
Yeah, this is take your medicine and get this thing back in play, which it appears he has done.
Now, there are a couple people yesterday that could have used that that philosophy.
So, again, Hovland's just talked a little bit about it this week, working with Grant Wade, his swing coach, just trying to trust those feels. Gary Woodland has put himself in and had some good spots so far today, is just not able to take advantage of it. And you can see, Matt, as every single player approaches their ball in the fairway, they do that first glance down low to see if there's any mud on it.
They're scared to death. I'm telling you, it's these things by the end of the week, they're not going to dry out. We just got pounded way too much from last Friday on, 4 inches, and you know, I just see the mud situation sticking around all week. I don't see it going anywhere. I think today is probably a little bit worse than yesterday. I don't know how vocal the players will be about it because we've already kind of hammered home that point, but it's definitely a factor.
It's kind of a double-edged sword too, because with the fairways wet like this, you want to fly the ball as far as you can, hit it as high as you can, but that is the type of shot that picks up the mud, Matt. If you hit these low BBs, you're not going to get maximum distance out of it.
Yeah, you're right. And then, you know, just because you hit those low BBs, it still doesn't make you exempt from picking up mud. Those have a way of finding mud on the ball as well. All right, 152 here for Gary. Clean lie. Green lighter. A little bit of a bailout here.
Hanging out over on that right-hand side.
Just not real sharp today.
It's a great aerial view of that little creek on the left-hand side.
You know, this is a golf course that does favor a right-to-left golf shot. You look at the guys that have had very good careers here, very good records here throughout the years. Most of them are right-to-left players. On all the left-to-right holes, you can still hit it right-to-left. Not the case the other way around.
Yeah, so 1030 or just under.
Spot on there, Carl. There's a couple courses like that. TPC Sawgrass, you can throw in there. This is a green lighter for Bryson as well. Can work it from right to left into this front left hole location. 142 should just be a little cruising wedge.
Looks like it's tracking.
Oh, fantastic. Easy now. Easy. It's going to find its way all the way off the green. That was a good shot that didn't get a good result.
They'll have a look at it, but the ball looked like it had a chance to nestle up as we take one more look at the TV tower on 18.
Yeah, you expect a hop, a skip, and a stop, not the backspin, but with as much spin as he's coming in, or speed, excuse me, as he's coming in with, boy, he creates a lot of backspin. Way back in his stance there, he's just going to trap this ball in between the club face and the ground there. It's a good thing he has those graphite shafts to take some of that vibration out. Boy, that was awfully steep, wasn't it? That might be my last shot of the day with the right wrist injury.
It's a different level now from 111, Matt.
Yeah, and he needs something he can go ahead and make a aggressive move at here. Generate enough spin.
Throw it from behind. Pull the string. Will nestle back up. So
that's a good shot.
Opportunity after the snipe hook over off the tee box for Viktor Hovland. Return here to Quail Hollow. Welcome back to featured group coverage. Round 2 of the PGA Championship. Peter Burns, Carl Paulson, Matt Every out on the golf course is Bryson DeChambeau. 2 under for this championship, 2 under for the round. So we see Viktor Hovland playing well. Also 1 under as we look at the tallest man in the building. What's impressive is he helicopters up there and parachutes all the way down. He has to be really good, and he always catches it.
I don't know what that dude makes, but it's not enough.
And this would be us 3 today. Carl, Matt, and Peter hanging out with you for the next couple of hours. Man, Carl, look at, man, that's a smile. That's a glamour shot. What's that from, like 1986?
That was after a practice round from one of the PGA Tour pictures about 15 years ago.
I like it.
Well, when I've got that headshot against you and Matt with the hair all done, I'm feeling inadequate.
That's all right. Hey, you're one of the top 3 good-looking guys on this group coverage
I'll
today.
take a top 3 any day of the week.
I'm just going to leave all that alone, boys.
Smart.
Yeah.
Now, Gary needs to start making a charge, Matt.
Yep, can't charge this one, though. This is super slick. Back down the hill. If anything, I got it moving to the right late. But I was wrong.
That's good pace here, though.
Gotta go. Yeah, you're right. That's a good putt, though.
Great putt. Not the time to be trying to make a birdie.
It's a good look at putting down the hill.
Yeah, it started going back to the right at the end.
Tried. I think, well, go ahead.
I was just going to touch on this putt real quick for Bryson. This is another one of those up and overs that he's struggled with the pace today. Obviously, this one much shorter than the previous one at the par 5 15th, but the first half's going to be slow. Second half, running away and to the left.
But he gets that shoulder into this putt. Won't stretch enough.
The touch has been off.
Yeah, I feel like I'm sure he feels like it too, but I feel like he should have had a much better look there. Pretty surprised that ball backed up. It was a good read, though.
So Bryson will tap this in, plays the Green Mile so far this week at 2 trips through it as 1 under. And that's one of the reasons why he's in pace to top 25 at this point. Again, doesn't get any easier as these guys flip it, Matt, to 16, 17, 18 is number 1. Actually, 2 and 3 are difficult golf holes as well.
No, you're spot on. This is a brutal stretch, teeing off the back 9. You get a bit of a breather off the rip, but boy, do you get punched in the face in the middle of the round. Look, this is a big putt here for Viktor. If this thing goes down, he shoots 2 under par in this opening 9 holes, and that's with basically a 5-minute intermission of looking like a 15 handicap chipping the ball. I mean, he gave away 2 shots there on 12, just leaving it in front of him twice in a row. This is some good golf he's playing right now.
Pretty similar line to Gary's. Not a whole lot of break in this.
Boy, he played that well out. Just a flat misread. I'm surprised. Yeah, I mean, Carl, you saw it. Matt saw it that same way. It just.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive though when you're hitting a putt in the back, you're your back is facing the front of the green, it's always going to go to the left. 95% of the time, it's going to go to the left. And a little counterintuitive for these players to be playing it on the left edge when you're on the front of the green like that. A drop shot here. But after that drive, that's sort of what you expect.
Yeah, an opportunity to get away with one, but for Hovland, started off exactly the way the day started. 2 under for the championship. Now Woodland with his par will need a little work as they go to the front 9, their second 9 of the day. Second round coverage of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow rolls on.
It's a long one. It's definitely a hard one.
You know when you tee it up in that first hole, you have to hit a perfect drive. You're going to make bogey.
Yeah, it's intimidating. You've got those 3 big bunkers that are looking at you from the fairway. But if you miss that tee shot, then obviously you're just trying to scramble for a 4.
The green is pretty narrow, which makes it challenging. It kind of slopes right to left, so you got to hit 2 really quality shots. You got to look for birdie there.
It's just a relentless golf course, and it starts with the first hole.
So Carl, walk us through this opening hole.
Well, playing a little bit shorter today at 484 yards. Players are going to have to be careful of the second and third bunker. If you're Bryson DeChambeau, we're going to see a line that not a lot of people are going to go on if he hits driver, and that'll be up and over the trees. Front left hole location today, actually one that you can kind of get to with all the slope on this green from right to left, have a backstop behind it as well. So from the fairway, I expect to see some good shots into this first green.
Let's see, just a touch easier to hit that fairway today, but only 15 birdies so far this week. The number 1 hole has yielded. Like I said, we were discussing, do you prefer off the number 1 tee box, number 10 tee box? They're difficult either way.
The start's a little harder off of this 9.
What? I get a solid drive to the left side of that bunker.
Yeah, what's it to get over? Let me see that. 325 over that. I get it over that.
Yeah. What do you think? Just right of the bunker?
Yeah, just a little further right.
Okay.
All right, you see the guy in the orange right down there?
Just on the
bright orange right down there on the right. He needs to,
you're talking in the
just inside that guy. Oh yeah.
No way.
Oh yeah.
All the way.
Oh, he's going 10 yards right of the target
where
line.
Bryson is aimed here. Are you kidding me?
It's only 325 to that last bunker. Perfect. Right over the guy in orange.
Doesn't even look twice at it. Incredible. You called it, Carl, and he delivered on it.
I tell you what, this new game that these guys are playing, it's not golf. It's pretty fun to watch, though.
It's golf adjacent.
This one will be aimed right at that last bunker on the left-hand side with a little bit of fade.
I've seen Woodland being able to carve this with that little kind of reverse C follow-through.
Money.
Straight cash. All right. Good start for Gary.
This is a good look, too, for Viktor Hovland, who likes to fade it. Yeah, got to kind of file dump that last swing he made with the driver, though.
It's a great look over on the right-hand side, how big of a dog leg this is.
Soft bounce here.
All right.
Okay.
3 tee shots on 1. 3 right in the middle of the fairway. So we return to second round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail.
There are 10 doglegs on this golf course. 5 go to the right and 5 go to the left. And I'm standing at the corner of the dogleg, and the tee is way back there and the green is in that direction at number 2. And this is a classic dogleg hole. I'm at 300 yards, and if you go 300 yards, actually, distance-wise, it's not too much of a judgment. You've just got to be accurate. But as soon as you cut the corner of the dogleg, you're only aiming at this sort of length of fairway. And let's have a look and see what the advantage you have by hitting it a little bit longer. 320 yards up there. I was talking to Rory McIlroy in December. He's in Dubai, and asked him how far he hit the ball off the tee. He said 320 yards is quite a relatively easy carry, but I've got to hit it solidly. If you hit it 320 yards, you've got from 160, 135 yards left. A little bit helpful. But he said if I can open my shoulders, I can get it out there at 340 yards, as with someone like Bryson DeChambeau. And look at the advantage you get. You've cut the corner from up here. The greens were quite a capacious green, and you've only left yourself 110 yards. Will you imagine it? There are 10 dog legs. You've got to play them 4 times, so you've got these holes 40 times, and the advantage you've got, if you can get it round the corner of the dog leg for the week, is huge. But you've got to find the fairway. Sometimes taking a chance pays off.
Well said. And how about the chances that both Gary Woodland and especially Bryson DeChambeau took, Carl?
Look at all these different flight patterns. Bryson just going way up and over the trees.
I mean, Hovland hit it a pretty decent drive. He's got almost 60 yards more than Bryson. That is part of that advantage that Ken was just talking to us about. Now, Matt Every's out on the golf course. What do we got?
We got 192 yards downhill here for Viktor. Wind off the left. This is a tough pin for him to get to, boys. He likes to shape that thing left to right. It's going to take a quality shot to get this thing close for him.
Ball slightly below his feet as well. Don't be surprised if this is right at the flag, and it is. Maybe too far.
Oh, it's caught that bunker. You guys talked about it. Just left to right. His normal shot shape is that little fade.
You want to see a fast bunker shot? Stick around.
We'll have to flip those hands right into it to get any kind of spin.
It's just an awkward shot, guys, too, for a guy who likes to see it work left to right. There's just nothing over there. It's kind of the same here for Gary. Obviously a little better angle, and we're coming in with about 2 or 3 clubs less. It's 147 yards here for Woodland. If anything, we got a breath of wind off the left, which makes this shot even more difficult.
On that right-hand side as well.
Man, it sure does seem like this golf course so far from what we've seen on the back 9 and the first hole on the front 9 that it's set up much easier for a drawer today.
I would totally agree. I've actually noticed that myself. There's been just a ton of left pins, even wind directions kind of benefit them. You know, I've found myself thinking a few times, man, this sets up nicely for Bryson, and this is another one right here.
Bring this in just behind the hole to the right. He can get it close.
Staring at it.
Now spin.
Pulls the string.
Quality shot there. Yeah, he's got that little shake of the head because he knows that's going to be a super fast putt down the hill, but hit it on the line. He was trying to maybe carry it a step or two too far into the green, but that's a good shot.
Credit to Carl Paulson here in our booth. He said, watch this, at least 10 feet or so, and Bryson delivered.
Yeah, he let me down a little bit. What, about 5 feet?
I was trying to give you, I mean, they didn't see it here watching us. I was trying to give you more credit.
It's not that great of a call, though, if you say 10 feet with a wedge. All right, I'll take it.
You know
Never
what?
mind. I'll
Fine.
take
No,
it. I'll
I'm not
take
gonna
it. I'll
compliment
take
you
it.
the
No,
rest of the
I'll
way.
take it. I'll
Honestly,
take it. I'll take it.
mediocre call from my analyst here. Carl Paulson.
Oh, Peter.
Best looking guy in the booth. Jonathan Vegas 7 under. Gerard at 2 behind that. He won't tee off until 2:26.
It's been fun watching Gerard this year. Like seeing some new blood out on tour and some different guys playing well week in and week out.
This is a week that can make it for these players. Bryson, who's had some success, top 10 in 4 of the last 5 majors. Hovland. Never
one of the better lies I've seen this week, guys, and greenside bunkers sitting nicely. Very straightforward here for Viktor. It is running away from him, but he's got plenty of green to work with and should be able to generate enough spin to do what he wants with this.
Is he on the flat or the upslope?
Yeah, it's on the flat. Very straightforward.
I was thinking the same thing.
It's not. That's a technique issue.
Yeah. That was definitely thin.
Carl, it's just coming out way too hot and way too low.
Yeah.
Again, something that he has battled
I know, Peter, I know it goes against the grain, but he's got to get some rotation in the face in his short game. It's just, he's just playing from 2 shots. You just hit that thin. Like that's not, that happens. And there might have been a little bit of a technique issue for that shot, as Matt was mentioning.
But big picture-wise.
Big picture-wise, he's got to get a little bit more rotation in the club face when he's around the greens.
I like genuinely feel bad for him because the way he plays golf, I mean, it's got to be so frustrating because it's like the second he slips up, he puts himself in immediate stress, and it's not like he's lighting it up on the greens with the putter every day. He's just constantly striping it and then kind of giving shots away around the green.
Subtle. Look at this again.
And it's double bogey stress, Matt. It's not bogey stress. You can offset these bogeys with birdies, but man, you start making double bogeys, it's awfully hard to play catch up, especially on a golf course as difficult as this.
I would just say mentally too, it wears on you differently. Like if you're a guy that kind of scrapes it but holds everything, 8 feet and in, and you put together a number, even though that number might not be great, it's a lot easier to. It's just a lot easier to sleep at night. It's a lot easier to eat dinner. If you come out here and stripe it and walk off leaving 4 or 5 shots consistently on the golf course and still keeping your head above water, like that's frustrating to do that day in and day out.
We talk so much to junior golfers as they're trying to find their way into this game of everybody wants to go bang balls on the range and play with the TrackMan, is that if you're not spending probably about 75% of your time short game wise, you don't really get a chance to truly make it easier for you. Woodland needs something special to happen.
He does. Be tough for it to come here though. It's one he's got to pay attention to, or he can get away from him.
Pretty similar to the putt that he had on 18 just a couple moments ago.
You see that speed. Yeah, just not putting himself in a position at this point to really get aggressive, and he's going to need to with that cut line hovering right between 1 to 2 over.
I always thought it was a little tricky on the front left of this green. Everything kind of goes off to that front left side. Is this ball going to the right?
This has got to go to the right, guys. It's pretty level overall, maybe slightly downhill, but you can go ahead and put a nice committed stroke on this one. I don't think speed's going to be the issue. This place is dying for something to cheer about, I can tell you that.
Where he's looking, he's expecting quite a bit of break from left to right.
Look at that line.
Good 2 or 3 cups left of it. Yeah.
Oh, you
early
kidding me?
Called him again.
We both did it. That ball put its blinker on, went straight right. I thought it had the pace, Carl.
I did too. That's why I was thinking it was going to go in. Well, he's played a nice round of golf today with a couple of mistakes on the greens, or not mistakes, but a couple of putts that could have very easily gone in. And then, of course, the 3-putt on the par 5 could easily be 3-4 under par.
Yeah, probably 4 would probably have been that numbers. Now just to stave off disaster for Hovland. That ball by Bryson just looked perfect. Viktor getting one more look back from behind it. Probably not a whole heck of a lot. Had one double earlier today on his first 9 holes. This one too.
Can't be too aggressive with this either, which is not good when you're putting for bogey.
All right.
Solid.
Not ideal, but a lot of geometry on that scorecard today. Some circles, the double over on 12, back-to-back bogeys for Hovland, who had it at 3 under. All of these becoming a must-make for Gary.
Yeah, take some. He can start taking some breakout, hitting these firmer.
All right. So now our feature group will stroll on over to just the 5th hardest hole on the golf course, playing 464 yards. This par 4.
Yeah, we just saw Ken Brown talking about which line you want to take on this hole. 300 yards. You could play towards that tree on the right-hand side, but if you go any longer than that, you got to come across these trees and land it into a fairway that is sloping away from you. So that fairway gets really small once you get past 300 yards. A lot of slope on this green. This is a very difficult hole location.
7 birdies, as you see. Dog leg over on that left-hand side. It's been a coin flip for these players to hit the fairway. 50% of them so far in this second round. Is
that gap in the trees just left of that one on the right? That's where he wants this ball going. Perfect.
Absolutely.
He's got 100 yards into the green.
Inside that left upright of that gap you were talking about.
Oh, that went through the fairway.
A little too much.
Oh, that may have caught a tree, actually.
Yeah, I don't think that one got to the fairway, boys.
Yeah, that might have caught a tree on the way down on the other side of that one tree that juts out on that right-hand side. Not far away from being perfect. Tough tee shot for Woodland.
It is. Anybody that bends it left to right, this cannot be comfortable to the eye. He'll take anything in the short grass.
Gosh, dang it,
Oh, he knew it.
Come on, man.
Came out of it right from the jump. Fighting it. And
well, right's better than left today with that whole location.
Hole, please.
sense of frustration with a couple of missed putts over that first 9 holes. Now Viktor Hovland, similar situation. Gentlemen, of the guy who moves the ball left to right, this is not going to be what he draws up in his dreams.
I got a feeling we're going to see a good one here.
Back-to-back bogeys for Viktor. Don't have my translator in front of me, but the question is did it get all the way through? No, I don't know if that's his ball or Bryson's. So we got a little work left for our feature group who return here. Second round coverage of the PGA Championship. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Today's live odds, of course, brought to you by our great friends over at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. So we see some of the leaderboard starting to firm up here as Bryson is 2 under, Viktor 1 under, and Gary Woodland over at 4 over. Needs some work to make the weekend, but we look at the second where this pin is located, that big fall off over on the right-hand side, but going back to the choose your own adventure of all of these 3 shots, Matt Every, you're going to get your steps in on this hole following this group.
Yeah, well, I cheated a little bit. I didn't go check out Gary's. Had to get to the 2 on the other side of the fairway. They both made their way into the pine straw. And they've actually got a shot. They both can get to the back of the ball. You got to keep it low, and it's some kind of low manufactured draw into this back right hole location, but there's a window, and it's definitely doable. Gary's, I can tell you right now, I didn't get a look at the live, but I know for a fact that's some of the deepest rough on the course, and at 189 yards, he's going to be playing every bit of it. It's also uphill a little bit. It's obviously lie dependent, but if he can muscle something and carry it about 165, that should be enough to get it to trickle out all the way back there.
Well, at least take a gander over at Gary and check out the duck outfit that the guy has on right behind him.
It's a good look.
Absolutely fantastic.
Locked in.
There's some nice outfits out here today. A lot of blue.
Anything below is fine.
You got to be careful here too, because if he gets it up on the front part of this green on the right-hand side, it will definitely veer off to the right. I think these trees are going to force him to go a little left, though.
Just put together just a little bit of a run.
Oh, this is,
get up there.
Yeah, that's still fine. That's a good spot to be.
Okay. It'll be right on that little, that's first cut, so a little fluffy lie for
little ridge runner for his next shot.
All right, Viktor's ready to roll. 165 here for Hovland. This is all about keeping the footing and getting the back of the ball first.
Looks like he's got an open gap here.
Yeah, he's just going to keep it low in the initial, 20 yards. After that, he's good to go.
Oh, no.
Caught some branches.
That's the difference, that branch. Matumbo of that golf ball, knocking it straight down. Kind of thought that he might hit a little bit more of a lower shot and just kind of run it up.
Well, he got a heck of a break there too, guys, for that ball to stay there. If it rolls back another yard, it's coming back 30 yards all the way down into the intermediate cut.
56 to fly, you want to land at 11, 12 yards short. Yeah. Okay.
All right, all things considered, this should set up nicely here for Bryson. He's got a clean lie. Does got to keep it low initially, but it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Ooh, ooh.
Right up into the tree.
Oh.
I mean, it's understandable because if he goes to the right, it's going to be a really difficult up and down, but that ball never had a chance.
So a little work for our crew regarding short game, and that's really what's plagued Viktor right from the jump, Carl.
Yeah, here he is at the 10th. Didn't put his second shot in a great position, and with that chipping style that he has with a very closed club face, hard to get a high, soft shot out of Viktor. We saw that go by. Here he is at 12. not carrying it far enough up, and that false front turning that ball around and coming right back to his feet. That ball was sitting down just a little bit, so that one was a little bit more understandable than this one. Just laid the sod over this one. And an almost identical shot that's going to come back about a foot away from the divot that he just took. Anytime you're playing with a closed club face like that on a standard pitch shot, you're going to use the leading edge, not the bounce. And this one just came out way thinner than he wanted to. Didn't hit a great pitch from there, but was able to make about an 8-footer for bogey. So the chipping struggles continue for Viktor Hovland.
Standing here at 1 under with quite the adventure. Again, just a little touch up and he'd put himself right back into that leaderboard, as this is a great look from behind of what. Let's take a listen to this convo.
I like his motion a little more inside out on these pitch shots. Keeps you a little bit more shallow, Matt.
He's going to need the shallowness here to control the spin. Going right back uphill. This might need to go a little.
You see the frustration from Bryson.
Was hoping for a little bit more skip there, but knowing these greens are as soft as they are, he's got to drive that in a little lower if he wants it to skip back to the hole.
As much as we've talked. All right, closest to the pin challenge here, Matt. Who are you taking? You taking Viktor or are you taking Gary from their lies?
Taking Viktor's. It should be way easier. Plus, he's got a putter in his hands. If it was a wedge, it'd be a totally different story. Let's be real.
I mean, this is quite the Texas wedge for the Norwegian.
I like it. He's got a lot of ground to cover, and like a miss hit with this thing is at all levels. A miss hit with this thing is better than a bad chip. We've seen a few of those out of Hovland today.
Well, I tell you what, if I ever get the chip and yips, I'm in big trouble because I am the world's worst putter from off the green. Tough to judge the distance here. Well, line's not the big thing. You know it's going to go right the whole way, but tough to judge the distance here.
Yeah, the common miss is short, without a doubt.
Gives it a roll up the hill. Tracking.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
The 10% rule. If you're 50 feet away and you get it inside of 5 feet, it's acceptable.
Okay. Difference is you make the 5-footers. I don't. You see that ball was pacing, just kind of caught that upslope.
It was about 70 feet. That looks to be about 6 feet away. So. This is an interesting little pitch here, Matt, because if he gets it right of his line at all, this thing will tail off big time to the right.
Yeah, he's got a lot of loft here, which I know, Carl, being a boomer yourself, you're probably not a fan of this, but going to take out a lot of the break here with that loft.
I 100% agree with that play. Anytime there's a bunch of break and a chip, I'll get you back for that one later, but anytime there's a bunch of break and a chip and you're hitting from a good line, you can take the break out by flying it up closer to the hole. I'm down for that.
Well, you've said that always since you used to play with Gene Saracen back in the day, and he would tell you. It's always impressive.
Gene Saracen would have used a 5-iron right there. Run it through the rough up to about a foot.
Got a perch ball.
Back in the day, every hole was uphill in the snow.
Frost a leg. Come on. We used to put mud of the ball on purpose, making it harder for the guys. I always wonder too, like 95% of us that are playing don't have the opportunities to play such great, just perfectly manicured golf courses. I always would have loved to see the tour pros show up to a local muni.
This is such a lame argument.
You know what they would do to a local muni?
You guys had it so good.
You know what they would do to a local muni?
They would crush it.
It would be 37 under par.
This is, I love hearing that.
You know what I like doing? Is getting Curtis Strange and Billy Kratzer going. How low the rough is nowadays. You just got to start them off and then sit back and let them roll with it.
Part of our great coverage over here on ESPN. All right, Matt, what do we got for Bryson?
Well, he's taking his time here, and it's because it's a tough read. There's not a lot in this, guys. It's right back up the fall line. If anything, I got it maybe moving right, but nothing outside of the hole.
Just lacking speed. Matt mentioned it. He's been struggling with his speed a little bit today.
And yet finds himself in that tie for 24th. Well, that actually shall drop him out of that with that bogey here on the second.
Was always going to be a tough par from where he drove it. I thought he was pretty close to his line that he was trying to hit it on with the drive, too. He was pretty quick to pick up the tee. I think he thought he hit a better drive than that.
Yeah, seemed to be a little bit maybe of a lower trajectory than I think he thought he might get. But you're right. I mean, the reaction was a quick pick of the tee as if, hey, that's the line I wanted. Felt good on the impact.
Did the reverse Hideki Matsuyama on us.
Yeah, Hideki would one arm finish it like he just shanked it and then hits it to 4 feet. An important putt for Hovland. Bogeyed on the 18th, a bogey on the 1st. This to
not the hat trick he's looking for.
Keep it in red numbers.
Yeah, it's a good call. What was that?
I don't know. It looks like maybe a bug, and he didn't back off of it.
Wouldn't you
I'm a little
start over?
Surprised. I would, but that's why
All
you're
right.
Viktor Hovland. That was, I don't know if I've seen that.
Normally that would spook somebody to back off immediately.
Just
and go
restart
right back through
the entire pre-shot routine.
Worked for him there, though.
I'll try to get another look at what little ghost showed up around that ball.
Yeah, you mentioned all these putts are big now for Gary Woodland.
A must make. And he does. So you're saying there's a chance that cut line going to be flirting at between 1 and 2 over. So see if we can get something going with 7 holes left. Let's go back to Viktor and see if we can see it. All of a sudden, Casper the Friendly Ghost. I don't know if there was. Yep, I saw it. There was a little fly. And doesn't re-rack it. Says, I got this dialed in. Bucket.
I mean, I won't even go back to the cart if it's more than 10 feet away.
Let's take a look at the par 4 third hole, playing some friendly 471 yards.
Yeah, real important to hit the fairway here. Bunkers on the right are very deep with high lips. Their tree on the left will block you out if you are on the very left-hand side of the fairway. Do have a hole location today that's a little bit more gettable, though, with a backstop right behind the flagstick.
We only saw 7 birdies the entire first round, and now already 6. So, again, maybe a touch easier, but you still look at 19 bogeys. And really where it comes off is just the driving accuracy. It was a coin flip for most of these players. 54% of the players have hit this narrow fairway on the third. See if Woodland can bring it off that left side of the fairway.
I would say the majority of the bogeys and worse on this hole are coming from the rough or the bunkers.
Carves it perfectly. The wet conditions, this ball will just kind of nestle.
112 feet of curve and still flew at 299.
I would imagine this exactly the same ball flight Mr. Hovland once.
His ball hasn't been cutting as much as he'd like to see it cut. Missed left at 12, missed left at the last hole. There's a good one. Look at that, it's only going to have about 25 feet of curve.
Yeah. Gets it right by Gary. As you see, just carpet for fairways out here.
Actually surprised he's using the right-hand side of the tee box here. This should be full send here. A little fade out of a man, Bryson DeChambeau. That is a miss.
Stop. Just stop it. 314-yard carry. Absolutely stripe show. As we see Bryson and Viktor 1 under. Gary Woodland trying to get a couple of birdies to make sure he can play on the weekend. As everyone's looking for that, it's the Wanamaker Trophy. Second round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. Yeah, they don't give them away. Welcome back. Feature group coverage as we see top left, Justin Thomas, DJ, and Colin Morikawa. Spieth, Reed, Ludwig. It's one of our feature groups as well. Hideki, Wyndham Clark, Tom Kim, and you get a chance to look and see what the pros have to navigate over on the Green Mile. That's featured holes 16, 17, and 18. Jonathan Vegas still 2 clear of the field at 7 under, but Max Homa has added another birdie, so he is at 7 under for his round. As you look at the 3 drives just right down the gut. Tough to hit at 314, 313 like Gary Woodland would be out in this group. Bryson, Elvis, Wyndham, beyond. I mean, if you got a Y in your name, you're in pretty good shape. This guy's crushing it. 357.
It was a little fairway finder cut that he hit.
Guys, when I peeked up over the hill and saw Gary and Viktor's ball next to each other in the distance, I mean, it just immediately sent me into a chuckle. I mean, it's we aren't dealing with short players either in Gary and Viktor. Like, these guys are both hold their own out here on the tour.
And yet there's some 40 yards.
44.
This is such a great hole, framed by all these trees.
Well, listen, these guys all turned this hole into a birdie hole now. Buck 58 for Woodland, and a great angle, a great pin to attack as well. It's a bit of a bowl pin. You can be aggressive with this. A little bit past it, comes back.
Have to get after it if you're Gary. This is one he needs. Trying to hold on. Keep there. Settle.
He's just been that far off all day long.
All right, so Viktor, green light.
It is. You know, about a year and a half ago, I was chatting with his coach now, Grant Waite. This was their first stint together. And he told me that Viktor, through impact, has the squarest club face for the longest amount of time ever measured on the PGA Tour. That's a good stat to lead there, Carl.
Yeah, no question about it. You're going to hit a lot of quality iron shots with a swing like that.
Uphill birdie putt for Hovland.
But again, as we talked about, that presents some issues in the other part of the game.
Yeah, he's not alone either. I mean,
nope.
It's part of the challenge on the PGA Tour.
Here's another flag stick for somebody that likes to move it right to left to get it close to.
It sure is, and he's almost forced into that situation, playing from the left side. A little bit of tree trouble if he was to go right at it. Kind of shapes the shot for him.
That was quite the pelt.
Left that out to the right slightly, but good distance control.
Smart play for Bryson. All these guys, of course, great junior golfers in their own right, and the PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. To find a team near you, PGAJRLeague.com. I mean, it's dialed into the coverage. With the Titleist hat ripping, collared shirt.
It's a really great way to get a youngster into the game. It's a team concept with numbers on the shirts. It's more about having fun and camaraderie. And a lot of times there'll be a big differential in the quality of players. So you can get some young people playing with some players that have been playing for a while and learn from their peers instead of adults. It's just a great way to get people into the game.
You see it over and over. Everyone getting exposed to it in different ways. And so we see the fans in the back. A lot of people want to get eyes on this featured group. Matt, weather-wise, so far today, is it, I mean, you know, how is it?
It's sticky. I mean, this course has pockets. There's the terrain is rolling here, and the low areas, it gets pretty stagnant and sticky. But there's also parts, you know, especially currently where I'm at right now, where it's quite nice. A lot of shade out here in the rough.
Again, as I take a gander at this leaderboard to see what this cut line is going to come in right now. They're tied for 64th.
It's going to 2 over.
Think so?
Yep.
Just it playing a little bit more difficult, maybe in the afternoon, firm up. If the wind gets around going.
1 over was tied for 60th to start the day. Halfway through the morning wave, we've already moved halfway to that cut line of 70, so I shouldn't be that good at predicting a cut, but I was right around that line an awful lot in my career.
All right. For Gary to get closer to it.
Yeah, he's going to need one of these to fall, guys, coming in. Only got 1 par 5 left. Slippery one here, back down the hill, leaking oil to its right.
My goodness. He has just missed the hole by 5 feet and hit it 9 feet past the hole.
I'll be honest with you. I'm befuddled.
I don't know what to say here. I mean, it's a big breaker. I'm sure he was trying to play as much break as he could and just kind of drip it and just smashed it. And now he looks like a fool because it's missed the whole 5 feet on the left-hand side and it's gone 8 or 9 feet by. But wow.
You just saw the exasperation breath from Gary over on the side. That's a Michigan man. Looks out.
Much easier putt here for Viktor Hovland.
Oh, way easier. Back up the hill and just a little movement to his left.
Oh, my goodness.
Great effort.
So tap that in. One more look.
Yeah, great look here.
So Bryson, opportunity to kind of get something going. Again, you guys are talking about this 6-hole stretch between the Green Mile 1, 2, and 3. DeChambeau to get to 2. Keep your line. Yes, sir. Another fist bump for Bryson. Answers the bogey on 2. That's just a fantastic birdie on this 3rd hole.
And he's staying in within shouting distance of these leaders, too. That's why you're seeing these fist bumps. It was a great par putt at the 17th. And then after a bogey at the 2nd, a beautiful bounce-back birdie here for Bryson to get back to 2 under here at the 3rd. Good stuff.
Boys, I want to chime in real quick. I'm about 60 yards away from the action. And the gallery's not quite as dense this far back. And when Bryson made that putt, there's probably like 60 people next to me. Every single one of them went nuts for Bryson. It's pretty clear who they're out here watching.
What a putt for Gary Woodland, one that he needed. But you're right, just a lot of eyes on this featured group. I want to see Bryson.
I tell you what, that's a really nice comebacker there to keep the hope alive for Gary Woodland.
A little bit tougher than he thought. So, Jonathan Vegas, 7 under with this round yesterday. Just has added a birdie. Now he's 8 under. It backs home a 7 under on his round as we stroll on to the 4th. Just 181 yards here, Carl.
Yeah, everything says that this should be an easy hole, but it's just not. This is a weird green. It's kind of just in the middle of a field. It's shaped like a like a potato chip. It's got a bunch of different little areas and ridges in it, and this is a tough hole location. We saw Max Homa get a little aggressive here earlier and hit it through the green and got all of that slope going away from the flagstick. I'm going to stay a little bit left and a little bit short of the flag here.
130. Yeah.
This is one of the stickier parts of the golf course right here, boys.
Going under 4 or over 1030? 75, 5, into the wind, 6 or 7. 82 shot, just under 4. Okay. On
right.
just left of it's fine too. It's like a 130 wind right now.
We're looking for an 82 shot. Don't think it's a wedge, but I doubt it's anything more than a 9-iron. Got to be very precise here. Only 4 paces to work with right at this whole location.
Hanging out all on that right-hand side, trying to get it going back in. Look at this shot from Bryson DeChambeau.
Man, that is so good, guys.
He is swinging so nicely today.
One more look at aggressive line, Carl, on that right side pin placement.
Trying to move that thing in there from right to left with that right hole location. Good. I mean, he's so much more balanced than I've seen him in the past. A high right shoulder through impact. Just keeps that ball from hooking too much. If he gets that right shoulder starting to go down, the right hip goes down, you flip it at the bottom, and that's when he really gets a lot of curvature in it.
So left to right play for Woodland sets up well for him. Oh, that ball is well out right. Just lost it. Ooh.
He's lucky that ball bounced back in the bunker. It'd be doable from there.
Now Hovland. Let's see, what's the closest to the pin here so far today? Because I got a feeling Viktor might give it a run. It's 5 feet 6 inches as closest to the pin. Call him a shot. It's the one.
It's a hot take.
Hot take. Left side of that tee box.
Yep.
Ask for it to go just a touch.
Get to the right.
Yeah, too hot of a take.
That's a good quality shot, though.
Just trying to wish it into existence for Viktor Hovland.
I'm with you.
We continue our second round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail.
What a feeling to be locked into a battle with another human being in front of millions of other human beings. with nowhere to hide, and nobody to blame if it goes wrong. Golf is about hitting a ball. Professional golf is about competition.
As you see the smoke from the barbecue pits, really getting some good grub coming into the play. Gary Woodland is shot of the fourth. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. I knew once it went in that bunker, he was gonna have a very good opportunity to get it up and down.
Yeah, it wasn't as easy as it might have looked, guys. This pin is brutal today.
It's right on
the fourth. It's right on that spine. And anything past it's running off the green. Anything short's, obviously going the opposite direction. It's just an awkward hole location.
I don't think it's possible to have an uphill putt to this hole, or a downhill putt, I should say.
I would agree with that.
It's right on top of a little knob. You can see on the side of the hole that Gary's on, that's a light green color. That means all the grass and grain is growing towards that bunker. And then right where the hole's located is where you get that shift in color where it's a little bit darker. All that grass growing back toward toward Bryson DeChambeau, excuse me. We always say when you get a hole cut like this on the course, we say, who cut this flagstick? That is an angry human.
Great look at they've been 3-4 deep in the spectators over at Quail. Now the weather's been great. Hovland to get to 2. Hovland. Oh, gosh. It looked good for a second. Looked like it was going to maybe, if it slowed down just a little bit, might have caught part of that late break. Good pace, though.
Yeah, it's the tricky part about that hole location. It's literally cut on the spine, right where the grain changes. And you can start to see these grain changes a little more this time of year, especially when it's a Bermuda rye mix. That the warmer temperatures start to burn out that rye, and you start to see a little more Bermuda.
Is this putt gonna have a tendency to fall to the left here?
This is another dude. This is another. He's had a handful of these today that are just like right up the fall line. Almost. I don't know if it's surgical by him, like if it's placement, but I mean every single one he's had a tough read. I could see this going either way. Wouldn't shock me if it fell off to the right. Wouldn't shock me if it fell off to the left.
He looks like he thinks it's fairly straight.
Play a little more pace to keep its line.
Yeah. Looks like he might be aiming just on the right edge of the hole.
Yes. The pace just enough to allow that cup to jump up and grab the ball. Back-to-back birdies for Bryson DeChambeau, his 4th birdie of the day, Carl.
Yeah, put it on the inside right and luckily had the perfect speed. Any harder and that ball lips out. Any softer and it probably breaks slightly to the right.
Another fist bump. And the crowd reacts as well as he finds himself creeping up that leaderboard.
Yeah, don't let him hang around for the weekend. Here's a man that knows how to get the job done in these major championships.
Again, just 5th at the Masters this year, 2nd place last year at Valhalla, won the U.S. Open. This man has won the U.S. Open as well. Woodland, one who said it again, must make for his chances for the weekend.
Just gonna smash it in the back of the hole. Don't even allow it to break.
That was the pace at a great up and down for Gary. Has strung together 5 straight pars, but needs a couple of circles on the next couple of holes. Every time I see this, I still The aim point around the green.
Now this ball rolled out right into that distance where you really need to stay focused. Easy to rush this a little bit and miss it.
Oh, you called it just a little quick and jabby. Well, that's another disappointing bogey for Viktor, who seemed to have righted the ship after the 2 straight bogeys on 18 and 1, but
he's gotta be careful too, because he's getting close to that cut line, and obviously there's a lot of thought going on upstairs in that brain of his right now as we look at the 558-yard fifth today. You gotta navigate these 2 bunkers off the tee, although Bryson's just gonna send it right over those bunkers. 318 on the right-hand side. And they got a whole location in the back center of the green that's fairly accessible from the fairway.
458. It has played the 5th toughest hole. Only getting 4 birdies so far today. Really, it's kind of more the approach. 65% of the players been hitting this fairway. Let's listen in.
325 over the right one, or 315 over the right one, 325 over the left. And it's southeast. It's pretty much right on this angle, okay? Right back center flat.
Tee it high, let it fly.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think it's just caddy. His caddy was just wasting his breath there.
Totally.
Lack of swing speed. Oh, just perfection.
My advice is, if I were his caddy, would have been send it.
Leroy Jenkins. Matt's never, you didn't get that?
No.
You never heard the Leroy Jenkins bit?
Mm-mm.
That went right over my head.
Oh my goodness!
I hate to leave you hanging.
Go ahead.
Peter.
And Google Leroy Jenkins.
I couldn't even fake it, Matt, that I knew what he was talking about. Tougher tee shot for Gary Woodland.
Just making sure it does not
stay
carve into that bunker. Oh man, just carves it too much. Gary just can't catch a break today.
Guys, for the first time the whole tournament, I feel a bit of a buzz in the air out here with Bryson. I do. Wasn't really there on the front 9. I mean, there was some, you know, it was crowded for sure, but now there feels like there's a bit of a buzz out here. We're starting to gain more and more followers as the round goes on.
Well, at 3 under, he's put himself now tied for 12th. Still 5 strokes back at the lead. Now Hovland going the opposite direction, needs a big drive, and he stepped right into that one.
Yeah, beautiful swing there. I mean, where else would you want to be on the golf course other than watching a guy hit it 360 yards off the tee?
Maybe at home playing World of Warcraft and Leroy Jenkins. I'm going to make you watch the Leroy Jenkins clip in the commercial break.
All right.
Leroy Jenkins. This is what the cut line looks up at this moment. 70 players at 1 over or better. The top 70 plus ties will make it to play into the weekend. Carl Paulson says that number might slide a little bit to 2 over.
Already has. Tied for 70th.
There it is. It's Bryson DeChambeau. All things considered, he might be tied for part of that leaderboard. Tied for 12th right now. Viktor Hovland going the opposite direction. Gary Woodland needs a little luck and did not find it off the tee, but Bryson DeChambeau, look at where he can put the ball. And Hovland hit a great shot, and he's some 38 yards behind him. Just a huge advantage. And Gary Woodland finding that bunker, which hasn't been too penalizing. Everybody's made at least par on that right-hand side today, but he needs a couple of birdies.
Yeah, I think he's far enough back in that bunker. Aren't going to be any lip issues, so he likes to move it from left to right. He should be fine out of that bunker, but another perfect tee shot by Bryson, and he is going to have another wedge into a long par 4.
Looking for mud in all the wrong places for Bryson with that ball. Look at the, I mean.
I got that one.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Did I sell the Leroy Jenkins thing?
Yeah, you sold it all right. Oversold it. Where are the right places to look for mud?
It's a great question. I didn't think that far through the equation.
Okay.
Here's Hovland trying to put a Band-Aid on the last couple of holes. What's he got, Matt?
He's got a clean line, a scoring club in his hand, pin cut all the way in the back. The bad miss here is long, but he's got to be thinking birdie. From here?
That ball going to die out just a touch to its right.
Oh, yeah. Birdies go such a long way in major championships, especially you're going to get an over par cut most of the time in these majors. So anytime you can toss a birdie on there, it gives you a big time cushion. Plus that would get him back to red figures, and with 8 under being the lead, never feel like you're out of it. All about clean contact out of these fairway bunkers. Not much, not too much bad in front of them.
No, there's not. I mean, it's a clean lie. Buck 42 here for Woodland, and just got to get to the back of the ball, you know, with his attack angle. It's different strokes for different folks, but I kind of subscribe to the steeper attack angle out of these fairway bunkers, and this should be, all things considered, right up Gary's alley.
Probably just a flick of a 9-iron here for Gary.
A little low and hot set. Oh.
Caught that a groove low.
We'll have to back to the short game, but a little chipping back up the hill now. Bryson, you said there was a buzz in the crowd.
Yeah, looking to keep that buzz going. Buck 20 here for DeChambeau.
Oh, it looked good. The balance is solid from 120. Control the speed.
Yeah, it's below average from there.
So Bryson contends to, or another year he's contending, I should say, in the PGA Championship. Remember, next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philly. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration does close soon. Just love where the PGA Championship now falls on the calendar. They made that change a couple years ago, Carl, and it's just led to a little bit added elements to this tournament.
Back in that Philadelphia area next year. Boy, did they show up last week. They'll show up again next year. This was for birdie at the very difficult 16th for Bryson DeChambeau. After not being able to convert at 14 and 15, 2 holes you think would be pretty easy birdies. And then here at the 3rd, pours another one in for a birdie. Beautiful tee shot here at the 4th. Just slides in that right edge.
No doubt.
Little underwhelming with his wedge shot at the 5th, but we'll have a look. Be 3 in a row if he's able to knock this one down.
He'll get a little opportunity to read his, but for Gary, is that live? I mean, is this a makeable chip?
Yeah, it's makeable. It's not the worst lie I've seen all week, and the practice swings he's taken. He's got that blade open, looking to keep the speed up. Doesn't have a ton of green to work with, but also not the sharpest descent either.
Pretty big rehearsal swings that he's taken.
Releases, sit, sit, sit. All right. A solid play, gave it a run. Running out of real estate.
He's gonna need to see some good looks for birdie here in the next 4 or 5 holes.
When you guys were playing, would you know roughly where that cut line is at this point?
Yeah.
4 or 5 holes left, and understanding you're flirting with it and what you need to have.
Yeah, he's got to know that he's got to get aggressive. He's got to know that he's got to give himself some opportunities. If he doesn't hit any greens, he's going to have no chance to make this cut. He's been putting for par a lot.
He's 100% aware of what he needs to do. It's just executing. Impossible not to know. Peter, if you're out here long enough, you know what I mean? Your body just immediately goes into fight or flight mode.
I think it takes more energy to not look at scoreboards than it does to look at them. They're everywhere.
All right, let's see if we can get this place going here. It's one he can be aggressive with. It's going to move off to his right, but he can go ahead and give this thing a healthy wrap.
Shouldn't be too much break in this either.
For 3 in a row. Just never. I'll put on the flaps pretty quick.
Green Book lied to me there, guys.
Yep.
Well, he's got to give himself a better look than that from 120 yards, and that's what we were talking about earlier. He said, you know, if I could exchange part of my game with somebody else, he would take the best wedge player from 50 to 110 yards because he has a lot of those shots.
Now Hovland. Maybe learned a little bit something off the pace of Bryson's putt.
Maybe a little bit. Also not a lot going on with this one either for Viktor. It's getting down to crunch time. Hanging around that cut line. Look, he's not, he's safe by no means. This would be really nice for this one to fall just outside of 12 feet.
He's not safe, but a couple birdies, and he's right back in the mix as well, so he's kind of in no man's land.
Good pace. Oh, God, that looked good. That thing just dove left. It looked like a pool.
Really good putt. That ball was, that line was rolling from 6 to 12, 6 to 12, and just didn't give it enough room. Let's watch the line on the ball. It's just rolling exactly the way he wants to. He hit his start line. Yeah, just didn't play enough break.
So he'll tap that in. And we're talking about Hovland at the PGA Championship. He's played in 6 of them and made the cut in all 6. Looking to go 7 for 7. Bryson will tap that in. So remains at 2 under, some 6 strokes off the lead. Max Homa is in and finished his round with a beautiful 64. Gets him right in the thick of things. Snow. For about the 5th straight hole, a must make for Gary Woodland, and so far he's been making them. Just watch how still he keeps that head. Yes. A good up and down.
Yeah, time for some quality shots, though, from Gary Woodland. Got to give himself some better looks and some opportunities. 6 is a tough one, but you got a couple of birdieable holes in 7 and 8. He's going to need at least 2.
You talked about that 6th hole. You said it was tough. Indeed it is. 252 yards.
Yeah, one of the easiest hole locations on this green, though. Get it anywhere on the center of this green, and it's an uphill putt to this middle back hole location. Just need to keep it away from that little hollow in the front of the green, because that ball will collect and roll back off the green. But this, for a hole that's playing 252 yards, it's an easy 252 yards. I don't know how you comprehend that.
No words have ever been. That is.
Might not have.
Does not.
That may have never been said in the English language.
No,
that sentence I just.
A easy 252-yard par 3. I didn't know that exists. The numbers to know here is round 1, 32% of the entire field out of 156 players hit this green today. A slight uptick. 37% of the players are hitting this green. We've seen it. Carl, the guys using the range finders.
Yeah, Carl, this is one you'd want to turn the slope on this hole.
It's in the book. You don't need the slope. What surprises me is guys have rangefinders in their bag that have slope on it. Wouldn't you go buy one without slope on it just to make sure?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, but like you just said, it's already in the book. You already know.
Yeah. And they're not buying anything. They just call Bush now.
Good point.
230, which is playing around the front edge number, isn't it? 220? 222? I don't either, I'm just saying.
They said that raw yardage 252, but said it felt like they was playing 222.
Greens are softer though.
Well, the whole time we've been sitting up here, there's been a little bit of help off the left, but it just switched to pretty much dead off the left, if anything, a little hurt. So we'll see if that has any effect on this ball. No club change.
Yeah, it's 26 feet of elevation change from the tee to the green, so about 10 yards. Oh, boy.
4-8! Oh, God. Smooth it.
Not a good golf swing.
There was quite a amount of discussion about that tee shot. Well right, never gave himself a chance.
It's going to be a tough up and down, too, just because of how far right he is. It's not a terrible angle, but he's just so far off the green. All right, time for Gary to hit a good one here. Say inside of 15 feet.
magnet almost, where he just, right where Bryson was, and he looked straight down at his club face. Might have put that one in a stroller.
I'll tell you what, there are some good rounds of golf being played out there today. Max Homa with a 7 under par 64. A couple players at 6 under par into their back nine, and Matthew Pavone and Highsmith also 6 under on the day. Giving hope to these guys in the afternoon.
All right, closest to the pin for this group, still wide open.
You're right.
Asking for it to right. Oh no. Again, we talked about it, just 35% of the players hitting this green. We went 0 for 3. And that ball will be a little short-sighted up the hill for Hovland. We saw him struggle with that earlier in the round. Let's see if he can navigate that. The Queen City. What a fabulous host for the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow.
There's Rory McIlroy arriving here at Quail Hollow for round 2. 3 over par in round 1. Did not hit the driver very well yesterday. Going to be looking for some better tee shots and some more opportunities to try and...
Is that Scotty Scheffler's shirt? He's got the burnt orange. This was pretty cool. Keegan Bradley's son went out to hug his dad mid-round. Properly ran back inside the ropes. Mom, Rory McIlroy just made a double bogey. You never know who's going to show up. Gabby had a great quote from Hunter Mahan talking about a little bit about this golf course. Kardashian-like.
I had to share a ride in with Hunter today.
So Rory will have some work cut out for him to make the cut. And so will Gary Woodland over on the right-hand side, Matt Every, of what's he going to have to work with here?
He's okay. He had his ball came to rest underneath the spectator's foot, which was not that big of a deal. And I walked up and the guy was just sitting there with the ball underneath his foot, and I'm like, dude, you're allowed to move. It's okay.
Paralyzed.
Are you paralyzed? No. Okay. Well, then why are you standing there? But I think we got it sorted out. Plenty of green to work with. Ball slightly above his feet. Lie's not bad by any means. I think he's going to have a rules official come over here. Oh, maybe not.
So we look on our coverage of just where at everybody's here in the hole. Viktor, short-sighted himself left, will be pitching up the hill, but as Matt just talked about, both Bryson and Gary Woodland going to have a little bit of green to work with. Gives them more options. Visualizing it right now.
Yeah, look at Looking at the lie like you didn't like it.
Yeah, Carl, he's going to have to keep that blade open and have a ton of speed at the bottom. And you could almost say this is a must up and in here for Gary. I mean, we got 3 holes left.
Yeah.
One a short par 4, one a short par 5, but he can't let one slip here.
I agree.
Came out a little chunky, but now
Boy, bravo.
So good.
That's extremely well played. Said the pressure was on. Oh, thank you, kind sir. Walk us through this one, Carl.
Well, he's got to get this club down and through. With the ball above his feet, it's easy to go right up underneath that ball, but watch him continue that swing through with the hands and let that right hand pass the left. Got the perfect amount of club underneath the ball.
Tricky one here for Bryson, guys. Ball above the feet, off a pretty severe downslope, going up high with it.
Go ball. Come on. Go in.
Sit.
Sit.
I'll tell you what, that's an awfully tough shot with a 6-iron length L wedge.
And that crowd wanted him. Watch this crowd.
Way upstairs with it.
They had to think that ball was going in.
Got a little help from that hole in the flagstick too. That would have been another 4 or 5 feet past if it didn't hit the hole.
Well, the crowd waited for fireworks and they got a glimpse of it.
I highly suggest folding up your chair and following him on 7 and 8 if you want to see some fireworks.
Look at everybody trying to find that memory to post. The amateur cameramen and women.
Taking the video that they'll never look at again.
That is true. Is this a... Yeah, we have a putter. That's...
Oh, we definitely have a putter. I mean, this thing is brutal. This is a pretty bad leave here for Hovland. Once it gets on the surface, everything's going to be running away from him. It's all about judging the speed through this apron here.
Anything 5 to 7 feet past the hole.
Settle. Settle.
Yeah, too much.
Hey, Carl, those photos are going straight on Instagram, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's already...
If it would have gone in, I agree with you.
Just, again, we've talked about Viktor's struggle in the strokes gain department around the green, and then it becomes, do I putt this? Do I trust a wedge? And questioning yourself, and that's where you're at.
He's resorted to the putter. I mean,
had to.
It's pretty obvious. He's just not comfortable out here around these greens.
Also just puts such a stress on the rest of your game, guys. I mean, he's well aware that he's struggling with a 60 degree in his hands, and you get on these demanding holes out here at Quail Hollow, and it just puts that much pressure on your approach shots, really the rest of your game.
He's got 3 fingers up with the aim point express. That is equivalent to a lot of break from right to left.
What does 3 fingers mean?
I don't know. I know the more fingers that they hold up, the more break they're expecting.
What if you're retaining a lot of salt and your fingers are a little swollen?
That's a good question. If you got fat fingers like I do.
Yeah. Well, it does have a lot of movement from right to left. It's all about matching up the speed in the line. I got it maybe a cup if he keeps it up, keeps the pace up.
A routine.
There you go.
Up and down. We saw the fist bump.
You think that mattered? Absolutely. Straight up and down.
And now some great momentum. A little pep in the step as he knew how important that was.
It's a huge putt. I mean, it keeps the cushion with two very gettable holes upcoming. You know, it keeps him at even par. If he can birdie the next 2 holes, he is right back in the thick of things.
On that razor's edge right now.
I love these leaderboards, Matt, where you make a couple of birdies and you're in the thick of it. You make a couple of bogeys, you might be down the road.
Yeah, and it really presents an option, you know, or an opportunity on the weekend to do some climbing, even if you sneak in that cut line. Some must make here for Gary.
Nice.
Once again, we've said must make, and
putting nicely. Just gotta
living on a prayer.
Gotta get him a birdie putt.
A great job of scrambling today, when I would say he might say this has been his C game at best as far as either off the tee or approach wise, but he's been brilliant scrambling.
I'm trying to think of the last time he's had a makeable birdie look.
Probably about 15 or so.
Been a while, yeah.
Been a moment. Oh, 16. Remember, he had a dime into 16.
That's right.
And really felt frustrated he didn't capitalize on that. Now Bryson.
To convert a beautiful up and down.
Right. So DeChambeau remains at 3 under. Reachable par 5, 7th, coming up next here on the feature group coverage on ESPN+. As #1 player in the world has arrived at Quail Hollow for round number 2. 2 under yesterday as we head back over to the 7th reachable par 5. Bryson DeChambeau. Just make sure you're on that left side of the fairway. Oh, that's left, headed left. Needs to get a member's bounce. Okay.
That's a tough tee shot for Bryson. You put it down that right-hand side and hang one, and
that water will peek at you.
yeah. Interesting hole location here today. At the 7th, back right. I'm not sure I've ever seen the back right hole location.
No, we've seen it at that front, and this is the hole what really that derailed Gary for this tournament is a triple bogey.
Time for a low vengeance.
Yesterday, so you see where he's lined up on that right side of the tee box, probably trying to start it at that bunker and carve it out just to the right.
Keep carving. Keep carving.
Okay. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah. Put that on the middle of the green, even if it's down bottom in the little hollow on the right-hand side. Gotta make a birdie here.
You know, follow exactly what Gary did. stripe show. Outside of that one drive that we saw over on 18, Viktor has had.
It's been nice today. Yeah, it's driven it much better.
Yes. See Bryson. All about the emotions of another major championship. Is one of the crowd favorites out here. A couple of fist bumps for him. Finds himself 3 under today.
Guy's got a ton of passion. You got to love it.
Wears it on his sleeve and posts it on social media. We continue our second round coverage of the PGA Championship. The story of the day, Max Homa.
Couldn't be in a worse spot here at the 10th. A very difficult pitch shot. Watch this little spinner. Incredible.
So that would move him to 1 over. Then he would go over to the 13th for birdie.
Yeah, played it nicely out to the left. Dribbled it in there.
Things trending in the right direction. The next time we'd catch up with them, the drivable par 4 14th. He's at even par at this point.
I'm not sure if he wanted to be this far left, but watch this ball kick to the right when it hits the green. And now start breaking back to the left. Are we going to have a hole in one?
How about a tap in 2 after a birdie on 13? So would go birdie, eagle, and then bookend it with the birdie on the 15th. Now
played 16 and 17 even.
In front of the crowd on 18.
Come on, Max.
Goes out in 30. Then how about the touch on the 3rd to get to 7 under?
I gotta tell you, not only are those putts going in the dead center, they're going in with perfect speed too.
He was feeling it. Then on the 7th, his 3rd shot.
That whole location that we're gonna see here in just a few minutes. Nice. Boy, his short game has been in fuego today.
Just that lone blemish on hole number 4 with that bogey. But for that, that's a 64. Puts him tied for 4th and squarely in the mix for the 107th PGA Championship.
And it's good to see him back in contention. A little bit of struggles since switching gear and clothes and shoes and everything.
I think he gave up social media for a little bit. He was just trying to change a little bit of everything as we see our tee shots over on the 7th, the reachable par 5, or yeah, par 5 7th hole, I should say, is Hovland and Woodland. Right down Broadway, but Bryson over on that left-hand side. Matt Every's on the golf course. What do we got, Matt?
Well, looks like Bryson's going to go first. Guys, he's got a decent lie, but he's got to keep it super low, and I think it'd be borderline reckless to give this thing a go anywhere near the front edge.
Let's be reckless then.
150 to the end. 150 to the end.
What a fantastic view from our cameraman of that first shot, to see all the people with their cell phones out, getting a glimpse of one of the more unique characters in all of golf. Smart play.
It's a great shot, guys. Great shot.
Yeah, it gives him a nice angle. Doesn't have to cross that ridge. He's hitting over it, so he's not hitting alongside of it. Makes it a little bit easier.
This is the angle we were talking about.
All right, well, this should set up nicely here for Gary. 240, and he's got to get one here if he has eyes on the weekend. Currently 2 outside the cut line.
Just left that TV tower and chase it on up. Leaning, it wants it to cut hard.
Just come on,
keep
a little bit. Little bit.
Get right. Get
there
right.
We
Come
go.
on down. Come on down.
That's a great shot.
All right. That's what we've been waiting for. Great shot for Gary, as he had some body English on this one, Carl.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to make the swings that he's made in the last couple of irons that went way to the right. Got right on top of that one. Pulled it just slightly, but it did fall back down to the right-hand side. That's a good play.
Now Hovland.
Killer look for Viktor. Clean golf ball, 237. Also looking to get it on that top tier.
Almost at the center line, needs to get a bounce. He will.
And that'll collect down to the right.
Down.
Yep.
See. Great play for Mr. Hovland. And of course, you remember, if you saw any of the 2023 PGA at Oak Hill, you remember this guy, the Block Party. Michael Block back again for another major championship. What was he going to do this year?
At no point in no time did I ever say I want to be on the tour. I don't want to be a tour pro. I want to be a PGA pro. And it was the best decision I ever made in my life. And it wasn't because I could play in the PGA Championship or a tour event or whatever. I just want to go to a golf course every day in my life. Ethan and I, my son, shot by shot, we just go to work. That's it. I clock in on each shot. I hit the drive, whether it's in the rough, whatever it is, I reset, I go to work, and I hit the best shot I can. At the end of the day, I add it up, and hopefully that's a good score. I'm pretty confident, to be honest, going into a major such as this. I'm hitting it very straight. I'm putting well, I'm hitting my irons well. I think you get the Carolina peeps on board with the Block Party, and we're going to be good.
Part of that Corbridge team, and he was, remember, a couple years ago, one of the 20 club professionals. He won Low Pro, had that electric hole-in-one over on the 15th. Did struggle a little bit this week, 75-82, but talked to him on the range over on Wednesday, and he was happy to be back again.
Yeah, it didn't go so well for him this week, but just getting to this championship is a great success. So it's always great to see these guys. And it doesn't look like we've got a couple of guys that are going to have an opportunity to shoot 1 or 2 under today and make the cut, but none of them well inside the cut line as we speak.
Matt, we've got a great look at this. What's Bryson got?
Well, he's got about as good of an angle as he could have hoped for. 99 yards, but just nothing to work with back here. He's got to be super precise. Can't shift that target out to the left, and it'll give him a little bit more room to work with.
A little abbreviated finish, trying to bring it in a little lower.
Subtle. Right,
safe shot.
Yeah, see that pin on that little back plateau.
This fairway just gets so narrow where he hits that drive. right off his back foot and just saws the finish off, trying to get it to move a little bit from left to right and bring it in a little bit lower. It's great control of the distance. Just a little bit left of that flag stick, as you would suspect him to be.
A birdie so far today is Viktor Hovland would have his chance to turn that white one into a yellow one, which would be an eagle. Joaquin Niemann has been torching it over in Live. Best shot we've seen in a while since 16 for Gary Woodland. So he'll have an eagle putt as well. Jonathan Vegas, 3 clear of the field right now at 9 under. Golf course has really been in great shape as we saw some really heavy rain over the weekend, especially Monday and Tuesday. Some thunderstorms had popped up, suspending play at some point, but the sub-air on these greens kind of in tip-top shape.
Peter, that sub-air don't care. Not cheap, though.
No, I would imagine, but no expense spared here for one of the crown jewels of golf. President's Cup a couple years ago, the 2017 PGA Championship. Johnny Harris, president of the club, always trying to tweak the course to add some interesting elements to it. And got a good leaderboard shaping up. Now, for Viktor, up the hill to the right, or what are we seeing?
It's definitely an uphill. If anything, I would say it's down, but the tricky part of this is how much movement there is in it. You got a good at least 3 or 4 feet.
Never really had a chance. Maybe a little bit more pace held its line, but
no. But from that distance, these guys do think about where they want to leave it if they don't make it. You definitely want to be right of that hole, so that second putt is a little bit easier.
Now you get Woodland able to take a look at how that ball kind of veered off over on the right-hand side for Viktor.
I definitely think he would have learned something from it. I mean, it's a slightly different angle, but you can pull something out of that putt for sure. Maybe more so on the speed side.
This is why this putt is so important. Gary's able to give it a run. The top 70 in ties. It's currently at 1 over. We think there's a fighting chance. 2 over might be the number.
Yeah, we got guys that are just teeing off, playing the 10th hole, making birdie, so that number has moved quite a bit, but it'll settle back in and probably move more towards 2 over.
Gotta go. All right. Well, he gets what appears to be 1 back. Thought we might see a little bit more pace late into this round on it, but he'll clean that up.
Carl, let me ask you something.
Shoot.
We've watched 2 guys on a similar line to you miss low. Does that influence your read at all if you're Bryson here?
Maybe a little bit. As if you have any indecision at all of what that putt's going to do, you might tend to lean towards playing it just a little bit higher. But you have to kind of take that with a grain of salt, because, you know, I don't know how you hit it. I don't know if you hit it solid. I don't know if you pushed it. I don't know if you hit your line. So you kind of stay in your own lane, but if you have any indecision, you might play another inch of break or so.
All right, so
yeah, both of those putts were short and right, though, so that should tell Bryson all he needs to know about this putt. It is moving from left to right.
same thing. All of them. They all must be kind of seeing the same thing as 3 on that low side.
That was a better putt. I mean, that putt had a better speed on it. Just didn't play enough break. The other two's putts were off to the right because they lacked speed. But yeah, you're right. That might just be one of those putts that breaks more than the players see with their eyes. And that par was a direct result of the tee shot.
Yeah, Bryson know it. And now Hovland, opportunity to get back into red digits.
Inside left with speed.
Inside left with speed, drops it. So you hear the let's go. Gets back that stroke that he gave back to the field over on a 4. They'll stride over to hole number 8, which is really an interesting golf hole, Carl, when you look at just playing 353 yards. And we're kind of wondering if they might move this tee box up a little bit closer, but it's kind of an awkward position for a lot of players.
Yeah, it's kind of no man's land. Most of these guys hit it right there about 310. Last thing you want to do is trickle it into that bunker. Definitely don't want to be in the left bunker. It's almost a half a shot over par, the scoring average from that left bunker. It's going to be interesting to see what Bryson DeChambeau does. I think the other two will hit driver and just keep it short of that bunker that covers the front right of the green. Tough to get it close from 100 yards with that whole location way back there on that right-hand side. Yeah, that tree just to the left of the target there. Perfect starting place for Gary Woodland. Likes to drop that ball from left to right.
That's good wood.
Chuckle from the crowd.
This may need to get down.
Okay. So he's saying there's a chance. Birdie on the 7th, and good drive from Gary.
Just wanted to give credit where credit's due. That was a new one.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Got a chuckle from the crowd.
That was a good one.
That is unbelievable. Bart!
I mean, this ball.
I mean, when that thing is a miss, it is a sniper left.
Whatever's up there is like straight ahead.
Just got to get that figured out. You cannot be hitting the ball like that around a golf course that's this difficult.
That was an instant replay of number 18, guys. Just the definition of a shrimp hook.
Well, Bryson.
What kind of wind do we have, Matt? Does he have a chance to get this there?
There's zero. There's zero wind.
Okay.
Let me know what time it's supposed to get hot out here, too.
Matt, we're going to need you to walk another 18 this afternoon, if you don't mind. Here's Bryson.
I think this has got a chance, boys.
Oh, he went after it. Just on the left-hand side.
It's a good line right at that tree.
Yeah.
It's going to leave a pitch shot with plenty of green to work with.
Bryson has found himself moving up that leaderboard quietly now, finds himself within the top 10. So Bryson, always a little bit different. It works with some different drills, and Natalie Sheehan give us a little bit of a view of that. What do we got, Natalie?
Climbing the leaderboard quietly, as you said, but I'm kind of excited to see what he does this weekend. And one drill that he uses to improve his ball striking off the grass, he does in the bunker. It's a golfing machine drill for those of you golf nerds out there, and I've got a line in the sand here, and what you're going to do is go ahead and set up, and you actually want to drag some sand as you go into the backswing, and then we're going to hit the sand on or just in front of the line. So we're this, drag it back, and hit in front of the line. And so then you can make the swing a little bit bigger. And you can even add a golf ball as well and do this drill to improve your iron striking off of the grass.
Great stuff from Natalie. We appreciate it. She's been on fire on all of these things.
That's a fantastic drill right there. That gets your angle of attack to be ball first and then divot. You always want your divot to start at the target side of the golf ball.
Great insight there from Carl as well. He'll charge you just $40. You can Venmo him with that lesson from a tour pro. Jonathan Vegas, 10 under now, stretching that lead. Just had a birdie on the 14th. Playing extremely well, but Matt Everett just talked about it, a almost carbon copy edition of what Viktor did on the 18th. This one just, he says it, that's unbelievable. Just shrimp hooked it. Carl, what do you see in that swing?
This, I'll tell you what, this will make your mind race like crazy when you're hitting shrimp hooks and you normally hit a sizable shot from left to right. Obviously getting that club way underneath on the way down. Got to get that right shoulder a little bit higher, keep the right hip just a little bit higher, but that's something he's got to work out on the range.
We'll see it. He'll work it out in front of a bunch of, hey, how about the picnic going on right there? That's impressive. Just put down the blanket, hang out. Good little Friday afternoon. See that tree right in front of Viktor, trying to figure out what his line is going to be. Matt, were you able to get a view on if he's even going to have a shot from there?
He's got some issues here. He can get to the back of it. You know, for the most part this week, I've seen nothing but good lies in the rough, guys. It's been surprising, to be honest. Here he's got to keep this thing under that tree about 15 yards in front of him and chase something up just left of that green side bunker. I think he'd take anything on the surface here and just try and get out of here with a 4.
Just something on that hard left for Hovland to work on. He's talked about it, just trying to kind of rewire that brain to make sure he doesn't have that double cross, but it still will sneak in there. Now, Gary Woodland, birdie on the 7th that he needed to have. Now, one more.
He needs to get it here, guys, because nine's not exactly a walk in the park.
9's a par 5 that says par 4 on it, Matt.
Pretty much. Look, this is doable here for Gary. It might look short-sighted, but there's plenty of room up there for him. It's a marginal lie, but just 55 yards. I'd say he's got about a 3 to 4 yard circle he could land this in and pull it off, but it's doable, way more doable than making birdie on 9. I'll tell you that right now.
I almost feel like this lie is going to help him here. He doesn't have to worry about spinning it too much because this flagstick is up on a little plateau in the back right of this green. He knows this is going to kick forward, as Matt said, though. Just got to find that car hood and land it in that little 9-foot area.
Here it just sit.
Oh,
no. Golly. Had to make sure he got up enough. He's looking at that lie almost like he just thought that ball exploded. Take one more look. The ball just took off. It was probably some 20 feet farther than I think he wanted that ball to fly out of there. See where he was at over on that other side. Now back to Bryson on that first cut. You can even call it a cut, as that ball is just perfect.
We'll call it the apron.
Yeah, the apron. I like that.
The apron. How about that?
His apron's run about 9 on the stemp meter.
They are. They're better than some munis. I'll tell you that. This is pretty straightforward here for Bryson, pitching back up the hill. Not a lot of movement on it. He can go ahead and be aggressive with it. Look for him to fly this maybe halfway there and one big bounce and see this ball do some dancing.
It sounded almost a little fat, but no. Golly, just caught it perfect.
Brought it in with a little lower trajectory to make sure that it skipped up onto that ridge and left it underneath the hole. Other than making it, that is exactly what he was looking for.
Clipped it just right. Tell you what, Bryson right up there now, playing well. And Rory McIlroy, of course, coming off the win at the Masters. He'll be part of that featured group that we had a chance to cover yesterday, Mr. Matt Every and I, for Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler 2 under, but that story, Rory McIlroy, maybe one of the bigger surprises this week. Only 4 fairways hit in that first round. See if he has that figured out and see if Hovland can figure out this bunker shot.
Well, it's not the hardest bunker shot in the world. Quite a bit below the surface, though. This might need to hustle.
That's a good play. McIlroy with the burnt orange on today. You think he lost a bet to Scotty yesterday about the
you know
color
what?
shirt?
That's an interesting deal. I never thought about that. It was Texas Longhorn-esque.
That's as Texas burnt orange as you get right there.
I don't know if that was in. I'd like to see if that was in the Nike scripting, where they script the. So Scotty's just right there. He's left-hand side.
I wonder if Rory would have shot a lower score if we would have seen Scotty in a green shirt.
I wonder what the other side of that wager might have been. I'll have to maybe ask him about that in the media center.
We're assuming there was a wager. There probably wasn't. Well, maybe, just maybe, he can knock this in.
Soft hands just right over the fringe, I would imagine, Matt.
Soft hands for sure. Don't need to be death gripping the wheel. Nothing easy about this, though, boys. No green to work with. Everything running away from him.
Oh, no. Well, a little work left, but to his credit, for about the last hour and a half or so, we've said must-makes For Gary Woodland, he'll have one more of those.
I don't like what I'm seeing out of his pitching around the greens. He's kind of throwing that right hand down there and just stopping the club. Saw a really nice one from the right of the 6th green, but that was more of a half wedge. I mean, he was 40 yards away, but on some of the short ones, he's just kind of stabbed that club head into the grass behind the ball.
Just missed that drive over on the right-hand side. Caught himself a little bit of a tough lie at the pitch. And then just didn't want to get too aggressive. And so he'll have some work left to save par and to have a fighter's chance at the cut line. Woodland made about probably 5 of these that we needed to see him make. So he kind of kept it together, stringing together a bunch of pars before seeing a birdie on the 7th.
His chances of getting to 2 over par now have drastically gone down. He's got to make this and then birdie one of the hardest holes on the golf course, the 530-yard 9th. That dog legs to the left, and he likes to hit a fade. First things first. Attaboy. Hang it in there.
And he has. There might be a few more grays in that hair after today's round, but Gary has done a fantastic job of keeping the course and giving himself an opportunity. He knows it's big.
What a dog, too, guys. I mean, just answering the call so many times so far today. These must make par putts. I love the regroup there right before he hit that putt. Took the hat off, wiped the sweat. He knew this was his golf tournament. Still has a chance.
Well, there's been one 9th hole today so far. Hardest hole on the golf course.
Oh. Chip in a chair, Carl Paulson. Chip in a chair.
Absolutely.
Now Hovland to remain 1 under. Two great pars from that crew as he'll stride up to the 9th at 1 under. Seeing
Bryson DeChambeau's waited a long time to hit this putt.
That is true. Bryson tied for 9th right now at 3 under. See too much to this one for birdie.
Pretty straight. Oh, wow, goodness.
Another birdie for Bryson DeChambeau. Thankful for that one. Birdies on the 3rd and the 4th, and now the 8th gets him to 4 under. The crowd starting to get fired up and sense something special. Is
every putt straight if you hit it hard enough.
Just I smoked that putt.
He knows he got away with one there.
He's fired up, and rightfully so.
You gotta love a guy that can look at his life and say, you know what, I want something different. change his attitude, change his mentality. He's done just that. The fans are flocking to Bryson as we will see him play the 9th, the dogleg right to left par 4, playing 520 yards today. Doesn't matter how easy the flagstick is on this hole. This is a difficult hole. Just one birdie so far today in round 2. The toughest of the day. Playing a quarter shot over par. It just goes to show you the difficulty facing Gary Woodland here, needing a birdie to even have a chance to make the cut.
But over the just the edge of the left edge of the fairway. Yeah, that's good.
Say that one birdie, and here's the target line, some 520 yards.
Yeah, that target line's
it's aggressive.
Little off for most players, but for Bryson, yeah, it's perfect right up the cut line.
Guys, this driving today has been all world. This one an aggressive line.
I mean,
from aggressive player.
Even if that ball's did catch the rough on the left-hand side, it's so far down there.
So you can see just the amount of fans that have shown up wanting to see Bryson finish this really strong round. Started today at even par. He's 4 under. Now Gary Woodland virtually needing a 3 here.
Right down the walk line, Gary. Good golf swing.
That's the play. Once you get an opportunity. He's leaning, asks for it to cut just a little bit.
Fade.
Catch that fairway. Okay, gotta be close.
Sure what to tell.
Yeah, that's
Viktor Hovland what to do here.
This is going to be a choose your own adventure book for Hovland, who normally moves the ball left to right, but we have seen that quick hook come into play. He's set up over on the right hand side.
And another quick hook.
That wasn't the same, but a pull nonetheless. All right. Ball. Yeah, he'll try to figure that out. We'll get an update on the live from Matt Every. We return. Second round coverage of the PGA Championship, Quail Hollow. So the story that's developing, Jonathan Vegas over on the 13th, playing some 214, and look at that line.
Now, the term used is flusher when he is on. He hits it right out of the center of the club face. And when this club cooperates, we see him up at the top of the leaderboard. Great birdie there at 13.
And the drivable par 4 was just short right of it, pitched to this. That drops to get him to 10. That is exactly where he is at right now. You see Max Homa, 64 earlier today. Bryson has moved up that leaderboard as well. And Luke Donald, Ryder Cup captain for the Euros at 4 under. So we see where everyone located, all kind of following the leader on that left-hand side. Question is now Matt Every with that pin tucked back left. What type of issues are they going to have on that left-hand side?
Oh, all three of them got issues, guys. Don't we all, though?
Oh, that's true.
Don't we all?
Hovland. We've seen just a couple of quick hooks from him. That wasn't really that shrimp hook as you talked about, just more of a slight pull.
Yeah. Boys, when he's missed today, he's missed in just absolute jail. I mean, this is...
There's this chunk behind it that it's kind of sitting up.
Yeah.
So it's like almost thinking a 5-iron.
Well, the thing is we want to, if anything, we want to be short.
Yeah.
Better than long.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, the line's not great. I mean, you can see the ball, but he's got a clump of grass behind it, and I guess it has a potential to come out as a flyer, but it also could come out dead. I heard Shay Knight say short's better than long, and I agree. I don't think there's anything wrong with that bunker short left, especially if you can chase it up into the upslope.
Get left.
Heading towards the bunker on the right. Okay.
Just look at how the sheer size of the screen on the 9th. So some work left for Viktor.
You guys think we'll see the putter?
No.
No?
We get a chance to see it from our angle, but we've seen him kind of revert back to that today after some chipping woes earlier in the round. No. Gary Woodland.
This doable? We get this close?
He's going to need a minor miracle here for a 3, guys. I think his best chance is maybe just shoving this thing up into that upslope there and trying to hole it out from there for birdie and a shot at the weekend. I just have a hard time seeing anything landing around the pin stopping out of this lie.
Did it at 16 today. Looking to do it again here at the 9. It sounded like it came out heavy.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're alive.
But that look on his face kind of tells the story of the day for Gary Woodland. Just never really was crisp ball striking wise. Had a great shot into 16. Couldn't get that putt to fall, and since then it just really scrambled extremely well to kind of keep the bleeding. So you're Bryson.
You kind of just think in the middle of the green, but even if it goes at the flag, you take our chances. Right. Yeah. Hold down off the right. Call for
like a 60 shot.
Yeah. Like it.
All right, Matt. You heard it.
Yeah, we got him at like 82, but he's got a 60 shot, so he's definitely planning on it. Jumping a bit. Be interesting to see how quick he can get this to stop if it lands on the green, but it came out heavy, boys.
Darn it.
Darn it.
Darn it.
He's got enough green to work with there. That's okay.
Oh, that was too good of a drive for it to be there.
You hear Bryson saying too good of a drive to get that lie. We'll have a little work left to remain at 4 under, and So Hovland, we talked a little bit about the chipping woes right on his opening hole. Really 2 good shots to get him to that point, but we talk about just a club face.
Yeah,
struggling.
Playing with a closed club face around the greens, you have to be so much more exact with the contact, and we saw way too hard there at the 10th. Here he is at the 12th. That ball's going to turn around and come back to his feet.
Wouldn't be the first time that would happen.
No.
That hole is, you see it trickle all the way back down. His next shot on the 12th, he knew it right from the jump.
Second one that just gotta hit ball first. He's contacting the ground as he's contacting the golf ball. Came back with a good one with his third. But this was him in the bunker at the 10th. All right, his 10th, the first hole. And hit a very mediocre chip from there. Was able to make an 8-footer for his bogey. But the struggles have been real. He's reverted to the putter, but wedge in hand here. That sounded good.
Viktor
Get
Hovland.
in! Oh! All is forgotten, Mr. Hovland.
Never a doubt. What short game woes as we see our second birdie of the day here in the difficult par 4 ninth. One more look. You said you thought it was caught perfectly. It was, Carl.
What a dumb game this is. You can't even chip it on the green, and then he makes that shot. Gary Woodland's over there going, hey, you're not the one that needed a chip in.
That's the one I needed.
I'm the one that needs a hole out.
So all of a sudden, Hovland, that lunch will taste just a little bit better. Not having to get the flat stick out. 71, where he did not have what I would call his A game today, but finds himself. Could be playing on the weekend and see if we can figure out that driver. Now Bryson, awkward kind of pitch here, Matt, but he's got some room.
Plenty of room, guys. This is makeable as well. I guess so much for putting that one for Hovland.
Yeah.
Figured that out. Definitely makeable here for Bryson, though. Going to be working to his right. Is it?
I think I'll try to put a little more spin on his than we saw from Viktor.
Zip.
Oh, didn't get it, though.
Bryson just, I think, still, frankly, a little upset about where his ball landed off the tee, which he thought he just absolutely crushed it. Now, Gary Woodland from the bunker.
Well, this thing shot up all the way, shot up the whole face, and then made its way all the way back down to the downslope. It's not going to really hurt him here, though. He's got plenty of green to work with, and doesn't need to be shy with this as well.
It's got to make it for any chance of making it.
Has to make it.
And just low the whole way, so it'll be more than likely, unless chaos ensues, 2 rounds for Gary Woodland. As we look at our feature group coverage coming up later this afternoon, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and Scotty Scheffler. I am curious, Rory McIlroy wearing that burnt orange. I think it was maybe a friendly wager of he had
maybe
to wear some Longhorn
gear ahead of
gear
Scotty before round 2.
Yeah, he had 147, so just a little bit later today. See if Rory figured out the driver. Only 4 fairways hit. And Scotty didn't play exceptional yesterday, but finds himself in striking distance after round 1. All pacing behind Jonathan Vegas right now, 10 under. 4 clear of the field. Story is Max Homa 64. Where he had it rolling today. Bryson with the lowest round currently on the course. It's not in.
This cut has almost zero chance of going to 3 over par, but being the professional that Gary Woodland is, he's going to give everything he's got on this par putt.
Should probably curl just a touch over to his right. All right, so now you've seen it, Carl. That number that leads after today, you think anybody catches Vegas over at 10 under?
Today? No.
What do you think that number will be for the tournament?
Over 11.5.
That's what you had said earlier.
That's all I care about. Well, he has been grinding all day long. Not going to be around for the weekend, but it's a par putt nonetheless. 3 over.
Just outside the left, the first putt we've seen him miss really in, gosh, probably 2 hours or so, I'd say. Kind of struggled to keep on that line. Had the birdie on 7. There was a glimmer of hope for him, but could not birdie the 8th and drops one more. 74-72 for Gary. And now this crowd has showed up as Bryson was starting to work his way up this leaderboard. There'll be some emotion if he makes this. I think he really thought he got robbed off that tee shot on the 9.
Yeah, this will cap off a very nice round of golf for Bryson DeChambeau. We have 4 under par, 67 if he can knock this in. Pretty quick putt. There's some movement from right to left.
He knew he was out of that one early. So frustrating bogey on the closing hole for Bryson. Final thoughts, Carl?
Yeah, well, there's some good scores out there this morning, giving hope to the guys teeing off this afternoon.
71-69. George Savaricas, Scott Verplank, Steve Scott are going to have Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and Scotty Scheffler. For Matt Every, Carl Paulson, I'm Peter Burns. Enjoy a great day, Quail Hollow.